Good morning, members.
Morning, Eddie.
Yeah, morning. We're just waiting for the chairperson. He has not yet joined. Morning, chairperson. Morning, chair.
Morning.
Yes, chairperson, is 3 minutes past 9. We have got members here, and also we have got the DM and the BMA commissioners. We can start with the meeting, chair. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, Deputy Minister and Director General. Good morning, Commissioner Mashapata and your team, and all members of the Department of Home Affairs who are in attendance, officials. Today we're going to receive a brief on the preparation for the Easter weekend by the Border Management Authority. We'll also take stock on the work in relation to the section manager to come and interact with the committee on the difficult experiences, and how we think the Parliament may need to attend to the issues of Department of Home Affairs. Members of the committee have raised concerns on 3 occasions, and this undermines the work of the portfolio committee. So we've requested the section manager to take account on the issues that the committee will be reflecting on. We'll also receive a brief on the revised second term program that we have attempted to deal with at MENCO. As you recall, members, in our last committee meeting, we've resolved that MENCO will reflect on the draft program and present it to the committee so that we're able to move. It's a working program. It has to be amended as we proceed, given the nature of the issues that we're going to deal with. Deputy Minister, now that you are in the meeting, it may be important also that we are fully updated about the term of office of commissioners. I'm fully aware that their term of office is expiring, or some of your team and are going to expire soon. And in terms of the process that has been undertaken, it may appear that we are late in terms of processing for the appointment or extension of the commissioners, both in terms of the act, but also the bracket of the age of some of them. So we may need to have a full account on what is the status around that matter. And I'm sure you'll have authority to update the committee. But we'll zoom on the issues and specifics meeting. Can I invite you, Mr. Can I invite you on the second item, Mr. Matansa?
Yes, Chairperson. From my side, I've got an apology from Ms. Mohammed. We all know that she's off sick. And then also there's an apology from the Minister of Home Affairs. The Deputy Minister is here, but I got an indication that he will request to leave by 11 o'clock for another engagement. That's all from my side.
Thank you very much. I will now invite Deputy Minister to introduce the briefing. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. With me here, I have the Commissioner of the Border Management Authority, and I also have Deputy Commissioners for Operations, and as well as Assistant Commissioners, but the Commissioner will then introduce the entire team. Chair, we are here on request to brief the committee on our preparations for the Easter holiday that is coming up, where you have various movements of people within our border environment. As you will know that most of the time, that is when you also experience huge volumes of people who will be going out of the country. So what we have done is that we have done work in terms of the intelligence threats as well as risk assessments, which is part of our pillar action plans. We also deal with a proactive approach in order to make sure that we are prepared. We also deal with a combat approach, reactive approach, and then we deal with communications and liaison, which is very important because people must know and understand what will be happening in the area. The Commissioner will be taking us through, Chair, the entire presentation. As we have indicated, we are aware that there are commissioners whose contracts are coming to an end towards the end of the year. I think the major impacting one is the Deputy Commissioner dealing with corporate services, Mayor Jane Tupane, who's also coming of retirement of age. We have written to the Minister, the department, to alert him of the process, and the Minister is then dealing with the issue, and I think we'll be able to brief the committee when the time is right. For purposes of the presentation, I will request that Dr. Masia Pato then leads the discussion. Thank you.
No, thank you very much.
You can proceed, Dr. Masia.
That's great. No, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, DM. And honorable members, we really appreciate this opportunity as the Border Management Authority to come and appear before the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs to present the 2026 Easter Festive Season Operational Plan. I just wanted to check, Chair, if we will be able to do the sharing. Let me just check. Yeah, so it looks like the sharing is allowed. That's okay. So on that basis, let's quickly then put the presentation on screen. So Chair, what we'll then do, I will then be requesting, with your permission, Chair, the Assistant Commissioner who is actually responsible for law enforcement and operations within the Border Management Authority, is basically the one driving the actual implementation of this plan, as well as the actual work that we support on the ground to render the presentation. And we should be able to engage with the committee once the presentation has been rendered. He is Assistant Commissioner Kabela. He has done the presentation before to the committee. But of course, as part of the team, as the DM had said, I am accompanied by a number of of commissioners, including the Deputy Commissioner for Operations himself, General Chilembe, is here together with other assistant commissioners who are mainly close to the issue of operations. So on that basis, Chair, without wasting time, with your permission and the committee members, we can then allow AC Mkabela to start with the presentation. Just to maybe confirm on your side if it is visible on screen, I will be putting it on slideshow just now. Chair.
Commissioner, must.
Yeah, you must proceed. Yeah.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Thank you for the opportunity. I am going to be taking the members through our state of readiness and the Easter 2023 border security operational plan. So the purpose of the presentation is to brief the committee on the planned operations that will be conducted at the border environment for this specific period. In as far as the outline of the presentation is concerned, members, I will take you through the introduction. My apologies. Through the introduction of the presentation, and I will take you through the analysis of critical dates. We'll reflect on the movement during the previous Easters to see how the historical data assisted us in this plan. We'll also look at the priority ports of entry and vulnerable segments. Then our plan is based on the 5-pillar action plan. The first pillar 1 is intelligence, threats and risk analysis. This is a full threat and risk assessment that we have received from the National Border Technical NBTC, National Border Targeting Center. Pillar 2 is on the proactive approach. Pillar 3 is the combat approach. Pillar 4, reactive approach. Pillar 5 is the communication and liaison. Then we'll go on to supporting of the operations. We'll start with the implementation of the extended operational hours at our various selected ports of entry. How ICT is going to be supporting this deployment, and the surveillance technology that we are going to deploy and implement during this course of the Easter. And of course, additional resources that we are going to be deployed to assist us and critical success factors for the plan at hand. When we look at the introduction, is this period, this is just a situational analysis that says this period is traditionally characterized by an increased border movement, both for goods and persons, and that will experience at a number of designated ports of entry. And of course, this heightened mobility, members, is primarily driven by religious observances this time of the year, public holidays, which is quite a number of them, family reunions, as well as regional travel patterns associated with this Easter long weekend. Of course, this it's an extension of the festive season, as members are aware that there has been a very short period between the end of the festive season and the Easter season. And when we were presenting the debriefing report, we indicated that we will be getting into a sustenance phase that is from the festive season until we get to the Easter plan. So this is the operation is designed to manage these surges in traveler and freight volumes, and it's going to mitigate the congestion and, of course, enhance border security so that we achieve the efficient facilitation of the legitimate movement of both persons and goods. In as far as the plan is concerned now, this plan has got a number of phases. And the phase one, that is the planning phase, we started planning for these operations on the 5th of February, and our planning ended yesterday, as today is the first day of our execution phase. So which starts today, execution phase, and then we'll demobilize on the 9th of April. So this is a 10-day period as opposed to a 44 days period of the festive season. So it is reduced to 10 days. Now the critical operation period, it is structured that we look at the exit leg. The exit leg starts today, the 31st of March. It will end on the 4th, which is going to be this coming Saturday, and that is marked by an increased outbound movements as people will be moving out in the main. But what we are aware from the lessons that we learned last Easter at some of our ports, bigger ports of entry like Beitbridge, when during the exit leg we were expecting outbound movements, we experienced a lot of inbound movements purely because of religious travelers. So there were a lot of travelers coming into South Africa, religious based, but we've made plans to accommodate that as well, to take care of the people that will be arriving during this exit leg. Our return leg starts on a Sunday, the 5th, until the 9th, and then we will be demobilizing our activities on the 10th of April. The analysis of the critical dates, committee members, this analysis indicates that there is a sustained growth. So when we look at the festive season, the previous one, 2025-26, we facilitated over 4.9 million travelers. And in the corresponding Easter of 2025, we processed over 1 million. So that can show that within a period of 10 days, we were able to facilitate 1 million, whereas in a period of 44, we facilitated 4 million. So that also shows that this is a peak period, which there is a surge that is characterized by predictable peaks. However, the threat and risk analysis has indicated, as well as historical data, the following dates: that on Tuesday, the 2nd of April, Beitbridge northbound, that is exceeding the Republic, there will be extreme congestion is anticipated, as well as the Lebombo, Resano, Garcia with Mozambique. There will be also congestion, more especially on the N4. There will be a queue of about 10 to 15 kilometers because of the freight congestion that we experience on the Maputo corridor. However, we have a specific detailed port plan for Beitbridge, Lebombo, Maseru, and Fixbeck to deal with these challenges that we have indicated. So when we go to the port level, there's detailed plans that will deal with these particular issues. On Friday, the 3rd, we're still on the departure phase. Beitbridge, as well as Skelpat's Hek and Grobler's Bridge into Botswana will experience high congestions, but because of there's no 24-hour service normally. But what we've done this time, as we will go through the presentation, you'll realize that we have requested the minister to extend operational hours and that's how we'll be able to deal with the issues of Groblersdal Bridge. On the 6th, that is Monday, coming back, Beitbridge southbound, that is returning, and Lebombo, Rizano, Garcia with Mozambique, we are expecting peak. So this is confirmed by both our historical data that we are having as well as the threat and risk assessment report that we have received from the National Border Targeting Center. Next slide. This is just a reflection of the previous Easters, just to show that the operations that we conducted, the comparison of 2023, 24, 25, members can see that these numbers have been growing from year to the next one. As you can see, the 2024 both arrivals and departures, 2025, my apologies, you can see those two bars, the green for arrivals as well as the departures, red, they exceed 2024 and 25, which means our traveler movement is growing year on year. So the expectation is that in 2026 as well, we'll see a number of increased travelers. The reflection of this is just a top 6 graph that shows our highest top 6 ports of entry during this festive season, and it has been consistent for the past 3 years that Ortia, Lebombo, Beitbridge, Cape Town International, Fixback, Maseru, in that order. They experience a peak traffic during this period. These are the prioritized ports of entry and the vulnerable segments, members. These are in terms of the threat and risk assessment. So we are actually prioritizing the 12 ports, critical ports, as indicated on the left-hand side of the table. And the middle table talks to, the middle column talks to the vulnerable segments. You'll realize that some of the critical ports, they are also having vulnerable segments of the borderline. You look at your likes of Beitbridge and Groblersdal Bridge and others. So they are top priority ports as well as they having quite a number of vulnerable segments. And of course, our top 3 busiest ports that brings a lot of travelers this time around is Ortia, Lebombo, and Beitbridge in that order. The Pillar 1, now going to the plan itself, in as far as Pillar 1 is concerned, this is the report from the intelligence community, from the National Border Targeting Center. These are, we've got 3 severe, major, and severe threats this time around, which in the main is corruption and collusion, which is an insider threat. And then we've got critical IC and power infrastructure collapse and systematic exploitation of porous borderlines. So those are the top 3 risks, of course, that are major and as well as very severe. Then you've got the traffic congestion, smuggling, organized crime, and so on and so forth. But the plan will then indicate, when we start from Pillar 2, we'll start indicating how we'll be actually dealing with these specific threats as shown in Pillar 1. On the proactive approach, being proactive, we had to gather and share the intelligence from by the NBTC. So that is Pillar 1. So we got this well in advance so that we are able to plan. And there is an effective risk analysis and management by NBTC. So on a daily basis, starting from today already, we had our first risk or report for the day. It's already out from the NBTC. That's how effective they are. So in our port management committee sitting this afternoon and tomorrow morning, we will be considering what the National Border Targeting Center has already picked up so that our plan becomes a living document, and that will assist in daily planning of operations, and then the joint planning of execution, of course, directed by the NBTC daily report that we are going to get. We have intensified the borderline deployments by specifically BMA, SAPS, and SNDF starting today. So the colleagues are on the ground. We've got tactical response teams that are channeled by the drones. And we've developed mini control rooms at these major ports of entry, Bait Bridge, Lebombo, where we've got the drones and the BMA, SAPS, and SNDF. They are deployed from that center and they are able to respond to the challenges. Corridor management, we've got an efficient plan in place. We will be monitoring it as from today. National Traffic Police, provinces and municipalities, they are on board. And the specific traffic management plan for Lebombo is been effected from the 27th, that is last week, to deal with this congestion. So we started earlier in Lebombo on the 27th instead of today, so that everything is on point. So there's liaison forums, of course, at more especially at our aviation ports. We've got the liaison, safeguarding liaison forums and security forums that also sit on a daily basis. We had planning meetings with the Department of Social Development, 2 of them. And in addition to that, the Commissioner wrote to Social Development and responded positively that at certain ports they will be with us on a daily basis. However, where they are not present, we've got contact numbers for provincial and local guys. So Department of Social Development is in place. We also implemented anti-fraud corruption campaigns to make sure that we deal with the threat number 1 as the BMA with the Special Investigating Unit, as well as the Department of Home Affairs. So the last one was in 2 weeks, just to alert members to stay away from illegal activities. On Pillar 3, the combat approach, we are having visible control points, roadblocks and waylays observations at strategic points. What we are doing, members, you'll realize that we are having these control points almost at the beginning of the 10-kilometer radius of our ports of entry, so that we are able to manage the vehicles and check everything there, so that from the 10-kilometer radius coming into the port of entry, there's no congestion or issues that disturb the free flow of traffic. So these vehicle checkpoints and roadblocks, they are away 10 kilometers away from the port of entry, manned by our various stakeholders, which of course are intelligence driven as per Pillar 1, and then we deal with the suspects tracing, and there's K9 units which detect there. And of course, these are supported by the drone surveillance at those 3 main ports. So the drones are able to fly through, and if there's an activation that we need to activate the roadblocks and the vehicle control points, we are able to do that. Should there be any challenge, Public Order Police is on standby, since all our plans have been presented to the Prof joints and as well as the NAT joints, so they are all on standby. In as far as the reactive approach, this is where now we are going to be dealing with apprehending people who will be transgressing, and will be taking them through the correct process. And of course, with the assistance of the South African Police Service and other institutions, we've got specialized investigators. When we effect arrest, they are able to conduct those investigations. And of course, the South African police cases will be referring cases of minors and children to the South African Police Service Special Unit. But when they are unaccompanied, we also activate the Department of Social Development. We'll be dealing with traffic blockages and the specific plans for traffic management, which is led by our traffic colleagues or the Department of Transport colleagues. Vehicles are going to be circulated, suspected vehicles. Committee members, we are also running a proof of concept as the BMA to circulate suspected stolen vehicles. If you are to come to Lebombo, port of entry, as from today, you'll see what I'm talking about, how we circulate these stolen vehicles in collaboration with the private sector so that we are able to detect this. So we are currently running a proof of concept, at least at 3 of our ports of entries, so to enhance the tracking of the stolen vehicles. We will be seizing and confiscating illegal goods and, of course, send them over to customs and also to tell us how much is this goods worth so that we can have proper record. And, of course, various units that deals with anti-corruption and fraud, they are on standby. They are covert operations. They are not known. We are not talking to it, but they will be doing their work and making sure that the colleagues are arrested that do not do things properly. The Pillar 5, this is our communication. The plan of communication is ongoing on a daily basis. We are going to be having permanent media houses, certain media houses at our various ports of entry. This time around, we have had even requests from a number of local community-based radio stations that they want to come and support us and be stationed at some of our port of entry so that they can be live crossing. They can also be able to assist the travelers and inform them of the various travel patterns at our various ports of entry. So this time around, we will be having quite a number of local community radio stations as well. The support of the operation extended operational hours. Members, we've used our historical data as well as the threat and risk assessment from the National Border Targeting Center and the intelligence community to ascertain which ports of entries are problematic this time and need extended operational hours. I've indicated on Pillar 1 under the threat and risk analysis that the intelligence community has picked up Grobler's Bridge as one of the port of entries that we are going to experience congestion because it's not a 24-hour operation port of entry. You'll realize that we've included it on the extension of operational hours. There's a number of days where certain ports will be running extended hours. And we sat with our neighboring countries, colleagues, the 6 countries, and then we deliberated on this matter and both countries agreed to extend operational hours at certain ports of entries. We are pleased to announce that the Minister of Home Affairs, Dr. Schreiber, has approved the extension of those operational hours at designated ports of entry. These are the extensions, starting with Grobler's Bridge, as it's one of the ports that were detected by the intelligence community. The current normal or day-to-day operational hours of Grobler's Bridge is 6 in the morning to 2200 in the evening. So what we've done is that on the 2nd to the 3rd, we will be running from 6 in the morning to 6 the next day. So, which means it's 24 hours operations for the 2 days. On the 3rd, then instead of closing the port on at 2200, we're going to close midnight. That will happen on the 4th as well. Sunday, it's a return. Grobler's Bridge is mostly used by members of the ZCC Church from Botswana into South Africa. So on Sunday, when the church ends in Polokwane, they start going back on the 5th. Hence, we are going to have a 24-hour operation as Grobler's Bridge for us to be able to deal with that crowd there. Kopfontein normally closes just like Grobler's Bridge. Their operational hours are the same, but on the 2nd, we're going to open 24 hours, 6 in the morning to 6 the next day. We're going to do that as well on the 5th on Sunday, 24 hours. Our neighbors with the Eswatini, Jeppes Reef, we will extend. It's normally operating from 7 to 2000, so we'll be extending on the 2nd to the 3rd. We're gonna extend by until 2200. Instead of closing at 2000, we're gonna close at 2200. We'll do the same on the 5th to the 6th. And then again on the Mananga, then it's Mananga. Mananga opens at 7, closes at 6 in the 1800. So we're going to close at 2000 on the 1st to the 2nd. And then we'll do the same on the 5th to the 6th, closing at 2000. Kosi Bay, colleagues, Kosi Bay historical data with Mozambique, we agreed that we're activating the extension from the 27th of March because of school closures, which closed, and historically for holiday makers, it becomes hectic. So we've extended from the 27th by an hour, and then we will do so until the 10th. Unlike the others, you'll see we'll close we extend up to the 9th, but Mozambique at Kosi Bay, it's a different plan. Why Lebombo is not here because it affects Mozambique is that Lebombo is operating on a 24 hours, so it's affected by the same phenomenon. However, with Lebombo, we've started co-locating with Mozambique counterparts in South Africa on the 27th of March, in line with what is happening at Kosi Bay. With Lesotho, we've got Sunny Pass, Cassius Neck, Caledon Spruit, Van Rooyen's Gate, and Mononsap Park. I'm not going to be talking one by one, but those are the days where we are extending and the number of days that we are extending with. ICT support members, we having deployed as from today ICT support on the ground to be able to assist us when we've got the downtime or some IT technical dishes to assist us on the ground. So the colleagues have been deployed at the 12 prioritized ports of entry to do a direct support on the EMCS and BMCS. Of course, we are getting this support as BMA both from SARS and the Department of Home Affairs. In as far as the deployment of surveillance is concerned, members will be aware that as the BMA now we've got 5 drones of our own, and we've got 10 qualified drone pilots that are qualified to be in charge of our drones. So we will be deploying our drones. Members will know the last time we talked about 4 drones. The 5th one, it's a donation from the KwaZulu-Natal provincial government. They bought us one of the latest drone to be used more especially with our challenges in the northern KwaZulu-Natal area. So we have trained additional 2 pilots to be able to man that drone. So in total, we've now got 5 of our own drones. And we are also running a proof of concept with the private industry, which they are bringing an additional drone, a long-range drone, which is bigger than our drones. Paramount Group, which will be deployed in the Bombo. So that is a long range, is a big drone. So in addition, we will be deploying 6 of those surveillance technology across our ports of entry, and the body-worn cameras. We still have 40, and they've got a push-to-talk capability to be able to communicate from our port control rooms to our response team on the ground. So those are the surveillance and technology that we will be implementing at this time around. If we go to the next slide, deployment of additional resources, we reach out to the Department of Public Works Infrastructure to assist us, supply us with additional resources such as water tankers, gazebos, mobile ablution facilities, barricades, so that we are able to channel vehicles at various ports of entries to be organized. So the Department of Public Works has come to the party. So as from yesterday, they started moving in all the additional resources that we requested from them in order to support our operations. The critical success factors for our plan is that we need to ensure that our corridors are managed properly into the ports, more especially with traffic management, specifically Beitbridge and the Bombo. But we are confident that we will be able to successfully manage this, because we are aware it's a critical success factor, which we need to always take care that it does happen. As I've indicated, the specific plans for Beitbridge and the Bombo in order to make sure that we do not fail. We are going to segregate vehicle flow with different vehicles. If I can give a practical example, members, with the Beitbridge, which is our challenge. This time around, we've got an additional processing area. We call it the Manica bypass. So what is happening? All the light motor vehicles, small vehicles, will be processed in the Manica bypass, not in the main port of entry. Only buses and passengers are going to be processed in our main building at Beitbridge. So this is how we're going to be segregating the vehicle flow and pedestrians, so that there's order within the port of entry. We will make sure that the governance structures are effective. As from today, we've activated the daily port management committees to ascertain, to sit and check what happened yesterday, and of course also go through the reports from the National Border Targeting Center, so that we align our plans, so that our plans are up to date. And of course, the systems at ports of entry, for them not to have a downtime is a critical factor. But our ICT colleagues, as well as SARS and DHA, are on the ground to assist us. And one cannot overemphasize the effective collaborations and joint border law enforcement operations with all the border agencies. Members, it is recommended that this committee notes the 2026 Easter operational plan. I thank you, Chairperson and members.
Thank you very much for the update and the briefing on the work that you are engaged. Will now invite members of the committee to comment or raise questions on the report. I'll invite members to comment on the presentation. Members, let me start with Honorable Rose. You'll proceed, Honorable Rose.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the comprehensive presentation. Chair, I just want to start by looking at some of the critical challenges that have been raised, and particularly looking at the ICT and power infrastructure collapse, which is listed as certain. So I note that the BMA will have a full-time deployment of ICT technicians, but will there be a manual processing fallback protocol in the event of this certain collapse? And then secondly, is there a proper power or generator process in place or equipment in place that has been tested within the last 30 days to ensure that if there's a major power outage that there is a switch over to generators? Then in terms of communications, Chair, I think we've all experienced it as MPs on this portfolio, that during this season, our phones ring off the hook because people report that there are queues, and naturally there is going to be some sort of queuing. It's unavoidable with the volume. I'd just like clarity though on the communication process. I mean, will the BMA be providing sort of hourly updates on expected wait times that can, help with communication to travelers, that they can then monitor the situation on some sort of a platform, whether it be social media or wherever? I think if we can just get more specific information about that. Otherwise, thank you, Chair. I'm covered.
Thank you very much, Honorable Rose. Honorable Mtolo.
Thank you, Chairperson. We appreciate and welcome the Easter Operation Plan presented by the BMA Chair. We commend the authority for building on past successes in managing the movement of persons and goods during the peak period, Chair. However, Chairperson, we remain concerned that the BMA is not yet operating at its optimal level due to budget concerns and delays in the full implementation of the BMA Act. Chairperson, we want to stress that funding for the Border Management Authority must not be treated as a minor issue. This committee has raised many times the need for more resources so that the BMA can do its work properly. And Chair, we strongly urge the Minister of Home Affairs to urgently engage with the Minister of Finance to secure more funding for the BMA. Without enough funding, this good operational plan will not be fully implemented. The committee also expects a clear progress report on this engagement, Chair, with a set time frame. We must move beyond the recommendation, Chairperson, and start seeing real action and result. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mtolo. Honorable Mohale.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and greetings to all the colleagues on the platform. And thanks for the presentation by the Border Management Agency. Chairperson, my question is just one. The report indicated that the BMA have had engagement with their 6 counterparts to agree with regards to the extension of the operating hours. However, Chair, I want to check if the neighboring countries will also be deploying their own security, security personnel and border management to also assist in curbing the flow or the inflow of these undocumented migrants into the country, or people trying to cross out of South Africa into the foreign countries without following the border processes. So I just want to check that if there's been any sort of engagement on that, because it does not help that we are doing the work on our side in terms of ensuring that there's adequate enforcement of immigration laws and so on. But the neighboring countries are not doing their part in terms of enforcing the laws on their side. So I just want to check on if there's been any engagement on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkhale. Honorable Ngubane.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Chair, and good morning, colleagues as well. I think, Chair, we appreciate the presentation from the BMA. We really appreciate as well the hard work that they are involved in, and no matter whatever criticism they receive today, they must know that it's not coming from a bad heart or whatever dislike. It's coming from a good heart that we want to see them succeed in everything they do, Chair. I think in that nutshell, Chair, let me then come to my questions. The first one, Chair, is that BMA does these operational activities year after year on Easter holidays. So given, Chair, that the congestion it always remains certain and severe, and the risk it's always there, which is what their daily duties are. So what is it that the BMA has learned from the previous years that have improved on this year? Is just to understand that, because we need to see at least the reduction in numbers or the improvement in many things. We don't need to see things remaining the same, where there is no reduction of this, improvement of this, that points towards the direction of, even though we know that the BMA is stretched in terms of finance and it's even under-resourced, but under that severe pressure that they are working on. So we would like to know that how our occurrences and failure of last year are going to be corrected this year before they even reoccur, as well as the repeat of the last year's failure, what it is that they've improved on them to try and reduce them. It's just that my first question, Chair. As well, we note, Chair, on the second point, the several risks that are rated as certain and severe, especially on the ICT collapse, the corruption, and the porous borders. As well, we note that these things remains the same. And again, if the BMA can give us hope, at least a little bit of hope, that on this ICT collapse, they've done something to make sure that it gets less and lesser as they move towards the other year. Because we want to see, again, I'm emphasizing a BMA that is learning from its past. And when they learn, they reduce the ICT collapse, they reduce the corruption, and the porous borders get reduced as well. And in future, Chair, I wish the BMA must next time come with numbers, Chair. It will give us at least comfort. If they come with numbers that last year, there were 200 porous borders numbers that came in. At least the previous year, the numbers went to 100. This year, we're expecting that we will reduce these porous borders. At least we are targeting to put them at 50. You know, something like that, Chair. It will then give us hope that, no, under these severe pressures of financial constraints, less budget, but this BMA, you know, there is some level of improvement that they are doing. So it mustn't be in future be just a blanket presentation that is just blanket and going on with the flow, but that doesn't tell us statistically that these BMA of ours is working towards success under I'm emphasizing, under all these budget constraints. And then the next question, Chair, the third one, is to find out that with the BMA's final operate the command and control, the consolidation of these teams, BMA, SEPS, Port Management Committee, who has the final operational command? Who has the last say in case of the disputes of agencies in resolving real time during peak hours? Who leads this? Is it BMA? Is it SEPS? So we would like to know that, so that we can know that where is the backstop at the end of the day when all these teams are coming together. And then we appreciate, Chair, on the next one, the increase in drones that they are using, and then that they are getting more. Chair, the presenter presented some things that I was worried about. I'm always worried for freebies that are not explained, Chair. We living in the days, Chair, where our borders are taken for granted and are being used for other nefarious means. So when people start to donate things that are resource intensive, that they spend petrol and they spend technology, they spend the skills of the know-how, they even spend on license, but the PMA is telling us that these are freebies. Some Jesus came from heaven and donated these things. And for me, it gives me a little bit of uncomfortability, because it means the PMA just allows people to just out of nowhere wake up and feel like they are donating. Can the PMA explain to us that they spoke about first that the province of KZN has just given this drone to them? Is this drone coming from the department, the provincial department? Who's owning it? What are the risks that comes with it? That comes with it? Is it for free, as just the province of KZN woken up and just became to be generous on it? And the other ones, the one for the private sector that they said they were donated on it, Chair. These things involve diesel, petrol, finance, and everything. Have PMA assessed that these donations of these drones or any support thereof is really a free generosity? What risk comes with it? Has a person who donated them explained that what is the return on investment for me? I'm donating this drone because I'm doing my pilot. I want to see how it works and how am I going to add value. Those kinds of things. BMA must never, especially on the borders. I'm emphasizing borders are the heartbeat of this country. That's where wrong things come in, wrong things can go out. So if the BMA can explain the risk and the return on investment behind these freebies that we are getting, that it really comes with honesty in it. There are no other hidden costs in it, and there are no other probably nefarious means that no one explains. Tomorrow we'll find out that some drug dealer somewhere that we don't know has decided to go and spend a huge profit on his account to buy a drone and on behalf of a BMA and donate it. Those are the things, Chair, I would like to know for now, if we can get clarity on that. I thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate again the presentation by the BMA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngubani. Honorable Modise Mzia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me join the colleagues and note and appreciate the presentation by the BMA. We note the Easter plan, and we appreciate the efforts and the commitment that the BMA has over time since its establishment were able to demonstrate just not in a far distance. We were having a presentation and would have witnessed the operations that took place during the December Christmas festive season holidays. And we note that there are still challenges that the agency is still facing with, notwithstanding the known and unresolved challenge with regard to
the funding of the Border Management Authority. But we appreciate that even with that pressure or with that limited resources, the Border Management Authority is able to still demonstrate its commitment in ensuring that the border control operations are done efficiently. There was a mention also of the contracts with regard to the deputy commissioners. It's really concerning if that matter is not being resolved. So as a committee would really urge that a matter be attended to and be resolved. I also have one question, Chair, with regard to the extended operational hours, that more than what Honorable Mohale has raised with regard to the cooperation with the counterparts. Also, I'm concerned because we know that our borders also there's a cooperation between the BMA, the traffic department, your SAPS and your SANDF, who are manning the borderline and the borders. So I wanted to also ask if there is an agreed and a cooperation of these operational hours, or will it be a responsibility of the BMA alone, including the costs that will come with those? We know that with longer operational hours, there might be issues of overtime and other functions that would require resources. So I wanted to check with the commissioners if there is a proper coordinated plan, or this plan is inclusive of all these other law enforcement agencies that get to operate or participate in the manning of the borders. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mdisimtse. Honorable Matopa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Let me also appreciate the presentation by BMA Chair. We really appreciate the work that has been done and the continuation thereof with limited resources. I'm fairly covered by my colleagues, Chair. However, I would just like to say, while the BMA identified 3 major risks, Chair, are all identified priority ports of entry adequately staffed and resourced for peak volumes? Furthermore, are ICT systems fully functional and capable of handling increased traffic volumes? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matopa. Honorable Maji.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Unfortunately, I've got a network problem. Chairperson,
Maji.
I've got a network problem. I might maybe keep on repeating some of the questions that have already been asked by my colleagues.
Noted.
So, yes, sir. So I'm having a little bit of a network problem. I'm very sorry. Thank you.
Noted.
I've got few questions. The 1.5 billion question, even the committee's past consent over 1.56 billion funding cap, how has this plan been scaled to ensure the deployment of additional resources in actual feasibility? Are you with me? Am I audible, Chairperson?
Yes, you're audible. Proceed, Honorable Maji. Proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. With the operational running for 10 consecutive days, what is the shift rotation plan to prevent the incident threat of corruption that often arises when overextended offices are approached by smugglers? The other one is in relation to the runner infiltration. Your assessment labels the unrestricted movement of runners as certain, since these individuals often facilitate illegal border crossing for a fee. What is the plan to physically clear them from the port environment before the holiday rush? The last one is related with the high risk of smuggling. Yes, Pillar 1 identified the smuggling of high-risk goods as likely and major. Which specific intelligence threats have been identified regarding the smuggling of illicit substance during the ZCC pilgrimage? Thank you very much, Chairperson, even for the presentation. Thank you. I'm so sorry about this issue of network.
No, thank you, Honorable Machi. You are properly audible. Honorable Hala?
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Just to check, Honorable Chair, after they've confiscated the goods, they are saying that they hand them over to customs. After handing them to customs, what happens then after? That's one question. The second one, how long does the training of this pilot for drones take? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for your questions and also comment and appreciating the work that has been done by the Border Management Authority so far. 3 issues, Commissioner and the team. We recently identified area of concern that has been raised, and I'm sure that you have been interacting with that area. Members have raised the issue of the tools, but I wanted to get a sense as to, given the budget allocated by the minister recently, whether how are you going to apportion it in relation to the issues that your staff has been raising. One, on the issue of the uniform, which is a critical area that we have come to interact with, because it's a matter that we ought to prioritize. I know that we're going for budget vote of the Department of Home Affairs. What is the attitude towards that matter, because it's been sitting with us for a period of time? The second one is the issue that has been a priority, which has been raised by Parliament and also the Executive. We have recently received a joint report in relation to progress work on the corruption and crime. And now these festive seasons, this Easter weekend, those of the syndicate and some of the officials within your environment may take advantage to facilitate illicit goods or transit cars to other countries. What are the measures that have been tightened so that what is coming from the recommendation of the SIU, including the counter-corruption unit, the multidisciplinary team, we can identify progress in terms of the issues that must be identified? And I think that those reports highlights that part of the crimes and corruptions are within our borderline. So I wanted to get a sense from your side in terms of the collaborations of the law enforcement agencies. You recall that when you gave us a report on the issue of Libombo post the elections of Mozambique, there was an area of collaboration with the other member states as Honorable Mokhale has raised, but around that matter that he has been raised. We are raising this because you have presented in a previous session that there were identified officials, and I think at the port of Beitbridge, that have been arrested, but for members of the Border Management Authority. The last one, which I wanted to get the commission to raise, is the issue of the vehicles that have been raised in the report. If they can be, we get a sense in terms of the land ports, how many of the cars that you are going to distribute in the port of entry, whether they're new intakes or those that have been in the field for a period, including the tool that you use to scan to identify these cars in the ports of entry. Have we moved to make sure that we have this in these scanners? Honorable Mudisem raised the issue of the end of, and I want to go back to the DM, the end of the commissioners. And today, I think, is the 31st of March. And I'm fully aware, given the appointment period of Deputy Commissioner Tuban is ending today or tomorrow. And we know that by a process of preparation, we should have anticipated that at least by the 1st of April, someone take over to continue with the work of the commission. So it's one of the areas, given that the staff in the department in the Border Management Authority, where Honorable Matopa has raised, is limited, and now part of the executive echelons, the minister may need to have a sense of urgency around this. It is a critical position, and that we could have anticipated by that time. I could have appreciated if the minister was in this meeting, so that he have a full account on this area of the department. The last one is on the workforce. What does it mean, Commissioner, in terms of the budget that has been allocated? What are we looking at least in terms of numbers, both in the administrators, but also on the field in our borderlines, so that the committee has a sense as to whether this budget that is being allocated will respond for a short period in terms of the issues that we're grappling with. Thanks very much. We'll start with I think, Commissioner, you'll also delegate whole response. Then we'll then go to the DG and the Deputy Minister. Commissioner?
That's great. No, thank you very much, Chair. Let's appreciate all the committee members with all of the questions that has been raised. As indicated, Honorable Chair, I do have the colleagues that are in the call who deals with the actual operations on the ground. The entire leadership is here. So on that basis, what they will do, they will be assisting to fill in the gaps that I would have kind of left to fill in some bit of technical responses. So, but what I will do, I will just quickly run through the responses as per the various committee members that have actually asked. And on that basis, the colleagues will then feed up after I have done that. Let's quickly start then, Honorable Chair, with Honorable Ruo's point. And Honorable Ruos, what he is saying is a very fundamental operational issue. And the issue is the issue of ICT challenges has been noted as part of the risk within the context of the work of the intelligence community in the National Border Targeting Center. So that has been raised proactively in terms of one of the risks. So obviously what we have to do on the ground is to make sure that every risk identified, we put measures in place to mitigate that particular risk. But of course, we do know that even with all measures put into place, there might be other issues. And therefore, the question is, if everything fails when it comes to issues of ICT, what happens? So what happens is we actually default into what we call manual processing. So we cannot stop people and end up actually not actually getting people to exit or to enter. But what we end up doing is to default into manual processing. So manual processing, what it means in practical terms is that we have to record all of the people in terms of their biographical data, in terms of their passports, and ultimately make sure that we keep that so that when the system gets up and running, we are able to do what is called bulk capturing, so that their movement is still recorded into the system, so that when they have to exit, the system will recognize that they entered before. And that is basically what we do. That is actually a last resort, and that is what we do not want, because there are a lot of risk, particularly if people are inbound. Because when people are inbound and you...
Okay.
Chair? Honorable Chair? I'm not sure, committee members. Maybe it's the chair that might be having a connectivity challenge. Let me proceed. I think the honorable chair will come back into the call. So that is basically that, Honorable Ruos, in terms of that response. And secondly, the issue of the UPS, uninterrupted power supply, we want to confirm that we have that as part of the basic mantra in all of the critical ports, so that should there be a power failure, indeed, the UPS kicks in and we're able to continue with operations. And that is something that is done very closely. All the port commanders have a clear responsibility to make sure that all UPS systems are very much ready. All diesel must be actually ready, so that when power failure kicks in, the system is actually able to kick in and we are able to deal with those. In terms of communication, Honorable Ruos, yes, this is something that we have actually tried to make sure we amplify. As a frontline authority in the ecosystem, we have to engage with the clients, in this instance being the travelers. So on that basis, we always try our best to communicate out with various platforms, including social media, but also including the websites and all of that, particularly in updating the people in terms of what is going on around the port. But we also use conventional media, which happens to be at the port, in terms of indicating how are things happening at the port. And on that basis, we are indeed committing to those hourly updates, to the travelers, but also to yourselves, so that you are able to interface in instances where there are some bit of issues. So our social media team is very much active on the ground to deal with those aspects. In terms of the issues raised by Honorable Mtolo, the whole issue around the need for the engagement that must be happening between the Minister of Home Affairs as well as the Minister of Treasury around the issue of the BMA funding and the complexities thereof. We just want to confirm that we have already started making arrangements for those kind of conversations post the implementation of this Easter operation. So we are definitely going to have those conversations with a National Treasury, with the Minister's leadership and the DM, just to make sure that we infuse the technicalities around the allocated funding and what is supposed to be the way forward in dealing with these particular issues. And I suppose DM has fairly noted Honorable Mutolo's point that the committee will expect some bit of a feedback or some kind of a progress report arising from those conversations between ourselves and the National Treasury. So on that basis, we can say we are fairly aligned in terms of that input, and we will definitely make sure that those conversations take place. In terms of Honorable Mohale's issue around our engagement with the counterparts, I think we just need to be very much practical here and say, Yes, we do have what we call bilateral joint technical committees that are port-based, meaning that all our port commanders, they make sure that they engage on a continuous basis with our immediate neighborhood, in this instance being the six. And on that basis, there has been very good collaboration and very good cooperation. When we have to deal with issues of infusing the processing inside the port, when we have to deal with issues of aligning standard operating procedures, when we have to make sure that we actually alert each other in terms of the volumes of the traffic coming their way and also coming our way. So there is always good collaboration when it comes to that. However, based on your question, Honorable Mohale, around the collaboration when it comes to the countries assisting us when it comes to illegal migration, we can be very much practical to this one and say it has not been good. It has not been good. And as you will know, the top three countries that are very problematic in terms of illegal migration, being Lesotho, being Zimbabwe, as well as Mozambique. We still do not necessarily have perfected that. And by the way, the issue is not even at the technical or operational level. You will be aware that we do have binational commissions between ourselves and these countries, which are fairly chaired, even at the presidential level. There are conversations, even at that level, about these issues of illegal migration. However, we have not necessarily seen much of investment, coming from our neighborhood in assisting us on illegal migration. However, we are not throwing the towel. We continue to engage with them. In certain instances, there has been some good signs. I mean, a typical example during December, you might have seen in the social media, the Zimbabwean Republican Police actually confiscated some of the makeshift boats that has been used by facilitators across Limpopo River, ferrying people who are actually to enter South Africa illegally. So they actually confiscated 12 of them and they were burning them. So that was something that we celebrated because it demonstrated some bit of an effort, done by our colleagues on the other side to assist with the issue. But it's not necessarily a consistent matter, and I suppose is because in dealing with illegal migration, obviously it's a bit of a costly exercise. You need to patrol the borders and all of those kind of issues. But we continue to engage, and I can say that as we go along and as we go forward, we are going to see some bit of traction. Honorable Ngubani's points. Firstly, Honorable Ngubani, we do not consider the input of the committee to be criticism. In any event, even if it has to come as criticism, we have a responsibility to account to yourselves in the work that we do, and on that basis, we wouldn't consider the input as a negative input. First point. You're very much right to say we've been doing this work over and over as the Border Management Authority. And therefore, the first point is there has always been congestion. And what is it that we are doing to be able to deal with issues of congestion? Let's start here. You see, if you are to look at issues of corridor management, is very much fundamental. We carry a responsibility within the 10-kilometer radius on the corridor. But obviously, the corridor becomes more longer than that. If you think about N4 towards Libombo, in that particular corridor, we have to deal with, in December, for instance, I remember one was there around 12 midnight on Christmas Eve. That's on the 24th. And you deal with people that are unfortunately drunk, simply put. They are very much drunk to the extent that you have to handle the situation. But one of the fundamental challenges that we've always had has been that traffic authorities in these localities tell us that their people work from 8 to 4 or 8 to 5. And therefore, by 5 o'clock, Chile time, regardless. And that has been one of the most fundamental challenges. And I think the issue is being discussed in other bigger platforms with trade unions and all of that. But the bigger problems we have mainly in terms of corridor management congestion is actually in the night. And the people are aware that when night kicks in, traffic actually exit the space because it is Chile time. What have we done? One, we have tried to make sure that we consolidate our collaboration with RTMC, that's the Road Traffic Management Corporation, which is national, and therefore they're able to work beyond just the normal traffic office hours. We also collaborate with the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency, which is another authority that works within the Department of Transport to assist us to deal with corridor management. Similarly, we also make sure that our collaboration with SAPS actually extend beyond just issues of import, but also in terms of corridor management. We did well the other year when the police, for example, actually were given some, or the police came with some motorbikes, because it's a bit easier to do traffic management when you use something like a motorbike instead of a car, because you easily get caught up into the congestion yourself if you use a car. So we did a bit well that time. So these are some of the efforts that we put on the table. But one thing that is good about, and we're able to see progress, by the way, Honorable Ngubane, because initially it will be a real dead end and it will be tough. But now with the drones, we are able to also use them during exit leg in monitoring the corridor. There we are able to identify people that malfunction ahead of time, and we are able to specifically deal with them and make sure that they actually face the consequence. What is the fundamental problem about the issue of congestion? I think we can fairly agree, honorable members, that one of the fundamental problems on the congestion issue is about the layout of our infrastructure when it comes to our port. If you go to Bedbridge, you go to Libombo, you go to Maseru, you go to everywhere else, Caledon Sport and everywhere else, our ports were never designed during the apartheid times. They were never designed for these volumes. And I suppose the rationale for that is because they were built for security. That is why they always build them on a river. You know, it's Maseru Bridge, it's Groblersbrug, it's Beit Bridge. If it's not on the river, it's on the mountain. And that is basically how they built them, because it was for security at the time. Now we have to deal with these volumes in a very congested space. And it is for that reason why we amplify the issue about the triple P, the public-private partnership that is coming, because it is going to help us to open up the ports and redesign them to make sure we are able to better manage the flow. In the meantime, with the constrained infrastructural layout, we do our best to make sure that there is order in the ecosystem, and we are doing everything possible to deal with that. Now, the issue around system collapse, let me also say, a lot of work that is on the table. We are actually in a process now, and the DM is here to confirm it. We are trying to move away our systems that were Home Affairs systems in particular, that were sitting on the SITA platform. We are moving them into the SARS platform, which is more reliable and which is more better compared to the SITA platform. And the reason why that is easy is because as the entity, we are no longer constrained by the public service regulations and things that forces us to use SITA. That is why we can move out of SITA and be able to partner with someone. So instead of partnering with some private sector, we then opted to partner with an entity, which is part of government. And that is why we are partnering with SARS. That is going to assist us ultimately to have a completely stable ICT platform on the ground. And that is going to go hand in hand with our rollout of the EMCS 2.0. This is more of your enhanced movement control system 2.0, where we are going to be introducing your facial recognition issues going forward. So that is very much critical. Your second part is about how do we see BMA having some kind of progress or some kind of success. You indicate we need to come with numbers. Yes, we do come with numbers. We do comparative analysis, statistically and everything else. We are going to have that kind of a discussion when we come back after next week. When we now come with the report, we are going to bring in the statistical flow. We are going to do the comparison of 2023, 2024, 2025, and then 2026, so that you can be able to see progress in terms of the work that we do. Because here we are now presenting a plan. That is why we didn't go much into the historical statistical field, except for the few slides where we're just showing you the volumes. But we didn't present any analysis, because the analysis will come when we come with the report, not now with the plan. And definitely we understand the point you are raising, and we'll definitely make sure that we do exactly that. But for now, just a typical example of what you can use to assess us. Remember, there has been something very popular, Honorable Chair, where the police or traffic on the corridor, whether it's on the N1, on the N4, they will be intercepting buses. I mean, that used to be the norm almost every weekend, if you remember. They will intercept buses and they will say that bus was intercepted from Malawi. There were 50 people in that bus without a single passport. And you ask yourself, where has those incidences go? What happened? Why do we no longer have buses ferrying people without any document, as they used to do with impunity? A lot of work we have done. We convened most of these conveyancers who are actually transporting people across our borders, remember, they are actually given cross-border permits by the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency, the CBRTA, together with their colleagues in other countries. We converge them. And here we're not talking about bus drivers. We talk about CEOs and bus owners. We put them into a stable and we told them, you have to stop this issue that you are busy facilitating illegal migration. According to the Immigration Act, should you be found having a bus that is having people without documents, number one, we are going to be arresting that driver and we're going to charge that driver for aiding and abetting according to the Immigration Act. Similarly, we told them these buses were going to impound for real, because that is actually a complementarity of crime, because it is basically facilitating illegal migration. If you observed, we have succeeded with buses. And I can speak at least with authority on this one. Unless if there is another interception of another bus somewhere, we will be able to deal with it on a case by case. But I'm saying those are the things that we have done to make sure that we deal with illegal migration. We have not perfected it in terms of taxis because they are more widespread and all. But for buses, there is a bit of success. So I'm just saying that those are the kind of things that you can see or check to be able to see if we're doing some bit of work. Integration, Honorable Ngubani, you're very much right, Honorable Chair. Is asking if with this integration, who is in charge? The Border Management Authority Act has been put on the table to create a single authority that has accountability in terms of border management across the entire ecosystem of the country. So when you talk about ports of entry and you talk about border law enforcement area, it is the environment where BMA takes leadership in everything. Hence, every other thing that happens in that ecosystem is submitted to the BMA in terms of how the law has been designed. So simply put, anything that happens in the port and border law enforcement area is submitted under the BMA, whether it is customs, whether it is policing, or even any other in terms of the ecosystem. So the port management committees are therefore chaired by a BMA official. But the people who sit in the port management committee are all inclusive structures. It will be traffic authorities who deals with the corridor. It will be the police, for example, who might be dealing with crime issues on the corridor. It might be the SNDF that deals with issues of the segments outside the port. It can be the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency that gives the cross-border permits. Any other, it can be SARS who deals with customs, but the authority in terms of full accountability is actually dealt with by the BMA, which then lead me, Honorable Ngubani and Honorable Chair and committee members, to this point. When we are presenting here, we are not presenting a border management authority official's perspective. We are presenting on behalf of the Border Technical Committee. The Border Technical Committee is 10 directors general and heads of entities. So when the Border Management Authority Commissioner is speaking in this platform, we are not speaking internal BMA issue. We speak broader issues of border management. Therefore, as I'm talking now, I'm speaking on behalf of the Commissioner of SAPS, the Commissioner of SARS, the Chief of Defense, the DG of Health, the DG of Home Affairs, because that is the ecosystem where the Border Technical Committee is coming from. That is why the Minister of Home Affairs, when he interfaces on border management issues, he is no longer interfacing as the Minister of Home Affairs, but he's interfacing as the chair of the Interministerial Consultative Committee on Border Management. Therefore, he speaks on behalf of his other 9 colleagues that are actually having a stake on border management. I thought I wanted to bring that clarity so that we can be more aligned in as far as those aspects are concerned. Let me quickly conclude around the issues of donation. Let me put it this way, Honorable Chair and committee members, and I want to make sure that this one is very much clear, because we are very much awake and we understand the ecosystem. There is no way that we are going to falter on basic governance issues. So number one, there is no any donation from any private sector into the BMA. It doesn't exist. It's not there. When you talk about donations in our ecosystem are very much regulated, very much complicated, and they have to be approved across a particular ecosystem. So in other words, there is no any company that will be selling drones that will come to the BMA and donate drones. Already is a conflict of interest, because it is a company that sells drones. It donates a drone to the BMA. So when BMA goes to the market looking for drones, what is that company going to do? If they are going to also put in their paperwork in the tender, already is a conflict of interest. So I want the committee members to be assured that we can't make those basic errors. So there's no any donation. Now, the donation that we talk about, which is by a government, which is a government of KZN, it is a donation in terms of just buying a drone, meaning they go to AMSCO. AMSCO is an entity of state that procures tools of trade for law enforcement structures, in this instance, including the BMA. And they say, we have a stake as a government in KwaZulu-Natal where there are challenges in northern KZN regarding borders. Then they ask us, why are you not having a coverage in terms of drones? We say we only have 4, and therefore we rotate them. Maybe it will come that side, but we don't know at what point. So they then said, but we can actually assist you to get a drone that you can deploy in that space. This is government. There's no any interest. There's no any conflict. KZN government can't be wanting to be in anything with the BMA except that we are together. Similarly, if I can amplify this, Chair, a bit. For example, if you look at what we have done with the challenges we had at OR Tambo, capacity-wise, we struggled. But they gave us, as a province, they gave us 80 officials that are commonly known as Mapanyaza. They are working in OR Tambo. We trained them for immigration officers. No conflict of interest. The only thing you need is an MOU. They continue to pay the people. We trained them, and they are helping us. That is why we have stabilized OR Tambo. The same with the government in the Western Cape in terms of Cape Town International. So we could not be doing things that are outside the framework. So I want committee members to be very clear on this aspect. And maybe just say this. When we talk about the private sector doing what is called a POC, that is the proof of concept, no issue. A proof of concept is defined in our legislative framework, very much clear on how it is done. So in this instance, it means whether it's DCD mobility, whether it's Paramount, whether it's any other, they say we are in the business of producing, for example, vehicles that could be used for border patrol. So on that basis, we said, no, fine. If that is the case, then you can come and show us how your vehicle is supposed to work. They are not donating anything to us. They are just demonstrating how their vehicle is supposed to work. Simple as that. So when they have done that, then they take their vehicle, they go back. If we go to the market and we want to buy a vehicle, there is no any conflict of anything except that they showed us the vehicle, because the demonstrating capabilities is done every day. And these are the I would say, industries that operate within the defense industry, and there's no any conflict. So all of those things are done according to protocols. No ways that there can be a possibility of some drug dealer of some sort donating anything to the BMA. We are very much careful and very much cautious in as far as that part is concerned. So the team in the BMA is very much awake to make sure that we don't compromise the authority in as far as those issues are concerned. Honorable Mudise, the issue of funding, we agree it is very much critical. The issue of the commissioners, I think the DM will talk to that. The operating hours, as you are indicating, Honorable Mudise said the operating hours extension, like I said, it's not just a BMA issue. These things are discussed in the Port Management Committee, which is all inclusive. When we say we are extending operating hours, it means everybody then bring their additional resources, whether it's SARS, whether it's SAPS in terms of crime issues, whether it is defense, whether it is every other who is supposed to be on the ecosystem, they bring their people. So the discussions are all inclusive. That is why, as Assistant Commissioner Mkhabela was presenting, he emphasized that this plan, it is overseen by the NAT joints. The entire JCPS cluster oversees us as we do the work. The only difference is that it is Border Management Authority led because of how the system is designed. The prof joints, all the provincial structures are behind the system in making sure that all these things are done. So everybody is included. Honorable Matupa, the issue of whether our systems are ready to handle the volumes. Yes, our systems are ready, including the staff complement. It is ready to be able to deal with the issues. But I think the key issue you are saying is whether do we have adequate staff. As the BMA, we do not have adequate staff. As the BMA, we operate at 25% capacity. As we have always indicated, we are around 2,500. We are supposed to be 11,000. So instead of defaulting into complaining, then we actually create partnerships and we do them within the government ecosystem to assist us to deal with the issue. So we are not adequately staffed, but we are being assisted. As we have said, social development will bring social workers to assist us across the ports. The Department of Tourism has given us 160 tourism monitors. They are on the ground to help us with activities within the port to make sure that we are very much stable. Additionally, we do have additional other support, as I've indicated, at OR Tambo, at Cape Town International, that come from government structures. So those are the kind of things that we had to do to make sure we deliver on the mandate whilst waiting for a capacitation that is supposed to be coming through. ICT, as I said, we are continuing to use the ICT systems that are there with the view that we will improve as we roll out the new ones going forward. Honorable Maji, the issue about how do we close the HR constraint gap, the rotation plan, and all of that? So unfortunately, in this period, we have to be making sure that everybody is hands on deck, especially on the peak days. When we talk about Thursday before Good Friday, everybody has to be on duty, unfortunately. Unless if somebody is in the ICU. But if somebody is alive and well, everybody is on duty because that is the peak day. Everybody, I'm talking BMA in this instance. When it comes to Easter Monday, everybody must be on duty. And then we scale down a bit and people go on rest days depending on how the volumes stand, and we are able to deal with the issues. So I think that is very much clear around that particular aspect. How do we deal with the issue of the runners? The runners, we dealt with those fellows. And we know that we have not been able to deal with all of them. But what has the drones given us? Honorable Mach, the drones gave us a very powerful advantage because before the drones, you will find that we go to the bush, we intercept 10 individuals attempting to enter the country illegally. There will be women, there will be children, there will be men, and then we arrest all of them, take them to port, V-list them, and then we get them deported. After you deport them in the afternoon, the same guy that you would have deported in the morning is actually arrested again. And we didn't know as to who are these people, only to find these are actually the facilitators. So once you deport a facilitator, he goes back to Zim, and then he goes and dust himself, and then he goes back into the bush and do further facilitation. You do the same with the Mozambique side, he does the same. You go to Lesotho, they do the same. So what do we do with the drones? We put the drone up, we are able to monitor them as they move. So how do we identify a facilitator? We'll always be in front of the group, busy talking to them. It'll be on the phone, talking to the taxi people on the corridor to pick up the people and all of that. And then arising from that, we're able to identify that one is a facilitator. So when we do the interception, we already talk to the team on the ground. That one is a facilitator, must be dealt with separately. So we don't deport facilitators. We open a case, and a lot of them, whether you go to Komati Port, they had to appear there, in magistrate court. Whether it is Musina, they're appearing there. Whether it's Lady Brand, they're appearing there. So we are dealing with them separately, and most of them are saving their time in South Africa. And based on that, we are reducing the number of facilitators across our ecosystem. So infiltration of them inside the port, that one is a complete no-no. We have now done what is called full access control to the port. We have restored the principle that a port of entry is a national key point. We no longer have rovers in the port. Initially, you will find fellows selling things in the port there, whilst at the same time they are busy facilitating some nefarious issues. So now we no longer have walkers, like what you call people just roving in. Only travelers are allowed in the port. Every other person will be outside port and all of that. So infiltration, we've dealt with it. And by the way, in instances where we find any of our officials in any of that environment, unfortunately, they get unemployed. I think you are aware we fired 50 immigration officers. We now have 38 immigration officers that are also on the line. So we are not playing when it comes to those kind of issues. The intention is to clean the system and make sure that we do this work with integrity. Honorable Hala, the issue of what happens when so when we intercept certain types of goods, especially commercial goods, then they get handed over to SARS. And SARS will do a lot of complicated process, and that process will mean they will have to deal with the importer. They will have to deal with the agent and all of those kind of people around the issue. on that particular interception. If it is an issue of under declaration or is the issue of false declaration, all of those issues then they go through to the court system. That particular consignment will be put in a warehouse by SARS until the case has gone through the system and they're able to ultimately get to the judgment of what is supposed to happen in that particular instance. Those are commercial goods. When it comes to the confiscated agricultural products, for example, that people bring in the country that are not allowed, we confiscate those as the BMA. We don't give them to SARS because they are not commercial. But what we do, we go and incinerate them or we burn them in the simpler context. So if people, for example, bring in some biltong from Malawi or they bring in some tomatoes from Malawi or anything like that, including some water, for example, those things are not allowed in and we confiscate and we destroy. So that's basically how we do the issues. The training of the pilots, the colleagues will help me quickly on that. How long do they take for them to be trained? Let me conclude, Chair. I know that I'm taking some bit of time. Just to conclude with your issues, Chair, maybe the key issue that I need to respond to, Chair, that you have indicated is the budget that has been announced by the Minister of Finance. And that is what I will conclude with, Honorable Chair. Just to indicate the budget as announced, they said is 990 million. They said is going to be for the medium term. They said it's supposed to allow us to hire 378 people. And that is how the budget was read in Parliament. Obviously, we had to wait for the allocation letter, and the letter came, and the letter now starts to give us the actual technical explanation. So the actual allocation is not 990 whatever, it's actually 300 million. Obviously, because it's for 3 years, that 300 million gets duplicated 3 times. So obviously, Treasury talks about the expenditure. They are not necessarily talking about what you would probably interpret literal and say that is going to be 990 something. Simply put, new money to the BMA. No, it's not 998 new money. It's 300 million new money. And that 300 new money will then come 3 times over the 3 years. That's what it means. And then they say we need to hire 738 people. Now, we had to sit down technically and look at the issues. One thing that we are aware of is BMA has been operating at 90% salaries, 10% operational expenditure. So what it means is we are very much skinny, or we are very much short when it comes to ops expenditure. So on that particular basis, it was not even going to be practical to say that we can hire 738 people, even if we were to hire people at the lowest salary level. Because in any event, even if you were to hire them in this instance, you couldn't be able to buy any uniform for them. You couldn't be able to give them any tool of trade, whether it's a car, a gun, or even the boots themselves. So on that basis, it was not going to be practical. So hence, we are saying we appreciate the 300 million increase of the baseline. But we need to talk to Treasury and make sure that we contextualize the figure and we're able to do what is supposed to be done. Because the intention thereof is that we are not going to be hiring front boots on the ground. In other words, frontline people in terms of this. Because, I mean, we are saying we are short by 8,500. And in 3 years' time, we are saying we must bring 700 people. So it means in 2029, we'll still say BMA is short by over 7,500. So automatically, you can then see that if we really want to capacitate the BMA, especially boots on the ground, we need serious investment on mass recruitment. Almost like what the president announced, 10,000 labor inspectors. So maybe in one day it will be 10,000 border guards. That is the kind of an investment you will need in the BMA context. But in terms of this one, we are going to use it for back office. Remember, we've been operating skinny without people in finance, without people in HR, without people in all of those areas, whether it's audit and all of that. So we're going to use this to build the back office. We are also going to use it to build our regional offices. But we are then also going to make sure that we appoint port commanders. We've been struggling in running the ports because we have not been having solid port commanders to help us to run the ports. What we did, we only appointed in 4 ports, which are top ports. We have appointed in OR Tambo, in Beitbridge, in Libombo. I think the person couldn't handle the tough issues there and ended up exiting. So we had to recruit somebody on the environment. So we have one in Cape Town. I mean Cape Town International. We have one appointed, as well as Kinshasa. So In other key ports like Maseru, for example, we don't have any port commander there. Hence, we have challenges in those ports where we are not stable. Fixback, we don't have. So we are going to appoint port commanders to stabilize the leadership in the ports. And that will be the end of that amount, as it were. We are not even going to be talking about frontline in this particular instance. So that is the essence. Maybe let me say, Chair, quickly, the issue of uniform. Have we been able to buy uniform and all of those? Unfortunately, have not been able to buy uniform. The border guards that we recruited, the first contingent in 2022, they only are sitting with 2 sets of uniform until this day. We will be 3 years tomorrow as the BMA, and they've never actually got any uniform refresh. And that is why the uniform is even changing color. It's a very bad reality. We thought that at least Kara maybe might give us something to enable us to do that, because it's clear we don't have any from the treasury side. Unfortunately, with Kara, we also couldn't get much with our previous application. We put in an application for 3 billion, we got only 50 million. And that 50 million, we are just using it for the tools of trade, especially in terms of the guns and all of that, the ammunitions and all of that. When it comes to the issue of scanners, it's a non-starter, Honorable Chair. We don't even talk about scanners from a prioritization point of view. If we can't buy a uniform for the officer, we can't even be talking about scanners, because scanners, the real scanners, are a bit expensive. So we need investment to be able to address those issues that you are raising, Honorable Chair. I think the other issues about the contract of deputy commissioners, the DM will be referencing on that. So maybe without wasting much time, Chair, if Asim Kabela can come through just on the times of the training of the border guards to be pilots, how long did it take and all of that, and any other issue that I might have omitted, and then the general will also come, and then I think we can hand over back to the DM and yourself, Chair. Mkabela?
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair, once more, I think on the issue raised by Honorable Ngubani on the issue of in the future looking at giving a report that shows our successes from one season to the other, I think that is possible. It's something that we'll be doing on the debriefing report. So on the Easter debriefing report, we'll then compare the 3 years to indicate what happened in 2023, where were we, and what happened in 2024, 25, and now 2026. So we will make sure that we factor our successes and be able to ascertain whether we are winning or not in our debriefing report just immediately after the Easter period. In as far as the issue of the duration of pilot training is concerned, the minimum training period is 8 weeks for a person to have a license, and that is the minimum. The speed and the pace, of course, depends on the learner, and that is what it is. But because we also having pilots when we train ours, because they were attending block courses. So it took a bit longer because it was not strictly 8 days full-time at the academy. There were block classes, some they were taking online and then go back and do some training so that they can conclude. That is the issue that I just wanted to add. Thanks, Chairperson.
Just quickly, General, anything to add?
Thank you, Commissioner. Just to add on the training of the pilots, that although they were doing block classes, but they were able to pass within 9 weeks. So that was very much commendable. Maybe, Commissioner, let me just, you eloquently dealt with all the questions. Maybe the one that Honorable Ross asked about the communication and how do we communicate with the people on the ground, is that we are part of the WhatsApp group of the trucking business, where we deliberate about all the issues that relates to the congestions, where we also give update to them whenever we're having challenges. So we communicate there. And also the issue of the kilometer 7, especially at Libombo, we communicate with them that track, which is the concessionaire of the N4, have provided us with a bypass
where we stack all the trucks into that bypass, and then we deal with them from there. That has been communicated with the trucking business. They are part and parcel of that whole process. So we normally don't have challenges with regards to that. Maybe on the issue of collaboration, Honorable Mukhale, you are correct that we plan with our neighbors. However, the commitment it's very much questionable because, for example, at Byte Bridge, on the bridge itself, where you have travelers, those are walking on foot, you find people standing there. So our border guards now just standing, and you wonder how those people came into that spot. But we do speak to our colleagues on a bilateral level, and also we have mentioned these issues at the BNC, at the Binational Commission, when the president is chairing those meetings, and they have indicated that they will do best as we're moving forward. Just on the other issue of the drone that was provided to us by KZN, it was based on our presentation, as the commissioner said, our presentation to the JCPS of KZN, and then they offered that can they help us in acquiring a drone, and we agreed on that. But that process didn't come straight to us, but we directed them to Armscor, who then came up with this newly type of a drone that we are having, that has been delivered in the last 3 weeks. So yeah, those are the issues that I thought I may add on, but the commissioner has covered most of the issues. Thank you, Chair.
That's great. Thank you very much, Chair and the committee members. Let's hand over back to you.
Thank you very much, commissioners. Members, is there anyone who will follow up before I invite the DG and the DM?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for the response from the BMA Chair. However, Chair, I think there's a need for us to follow up on what the Commissioner has highlighted, which is the lack of cooperation from the neighboring countries in terms of enforcing or assisting us in curbing the inflow of undocumented immigrants. So I don't know how we can follow up on this issue, Chair, but I really propose that we have a follow-up. I'm not sure if it will involve the presidency at that level or international relations to assist us in getting the cooperation of all the 6 neighboring countries, because it's very critical, Chair, to address the crisis that we are confronted with. Otherwise, we will be the only ones doing all the hard work whilst our neighbors are not doing. They are honoring their part of the deal, because they have an obligation on their part, on their side, to ensure that people don't cross at places which are not designated as border crossings. So that is very important, Chair. So I would really appreciate if there's a follow-up by the committee on this matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mukhale. Only recommendation that suggests that we may need to interface with the other committees, particularly the Untitled that engagement, invite the BMA first to do a presentation on that joint. But secondly, we'll also take advantage that we're preparing to around the one-stop border post. If we succeed, we can tap in that also in that area with the relevant stakeholders. I think BMA will also assist us in the team in the legislative part on that. We properly also lay the issues that how we can assist each other with neighboring countries, particularly that we're going also to deal with the bill on citizenship, migration, and protection of refugees, so that we can expand around that once the executive has tabled the bill to Parliament. DJ. DM.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Just a few reflection. I think the matters and questions have been sufficiently canvassed by the Commissioner and his team. Just to highlight to the committee something that is rather very much obvious is that the funding issue is at the core of our lack of progress when it comes to the issue of the Border Management Authority. We have the solutions, they are there, but the main issue is, do we have the funding to sort of implement those solutions that we have and buy goods and services around issues of technology, and also funding for more staff to be able to do the work. Yes, there has been some additional resources allocated to us over the 3 years, which is about 300 million per annum, and in the main for funding of our human capacity endeavors, and not really about goods and services. So that really is the biggest challenge that we have. The challenge when it comes to the Easter weekend is not mainly felt when we see people leaving. Yes, there is pressure, there is more people leaving the border, but in terms of illegal movement of people, you don't have much of a problem as people are outbound, where you need to throw in resources and make sure that it's the right set of people who are returning is at the end of the cycle. But we understand, and I think the work that we do with the limited resources is consistently showing improvement in terms of deterrence and so on. So we'll continue doing that work, and we really appreciate the work of the committee as it comes to that. Now, around issues of corruption in the border environment, which came through, I think that the committee must note that the Border Management and Immigration Anti-Corruption Forum, which we are running with the SIU, remains intact and remains doing their work. So that is how part of the ways in which we are dealing with the corruption around our border environment. The issue of contracts for commissioners, I must indicate that that issue is at the purview of the minister. I will be having a discussion with him around those issues so that we can see a speedy resolution of those issues. But other than that, I think all the other technical questions have been sufficiently canvassed by the commissioner and his team, and will indicate that we are ready, and we will subsequently bring the report to the portfolio committee on how far we were or how good we did with regards to the Easter holidays. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Thanks very much, Commissioner Mashapata, and all your commissioners and staff, and all honorable members for appreciating the preparation for the Easter, noting the shortcomings as a result of the lack of budget. But we are convinced as the committee that with limited resources, you are able to demonstrate good work and respond to all the challenges that are arising in your course of work. So I want to thank you and hope that the plans that have been jointly with other law enforcement agencies will be able to assist us to mend our border lines. That item, we have concluded it, and we will monitor. The commissioner will join you in one of the borderlines as you work in this period of the Easter weekend. Thanks very much. The next item, we can release you, DM, and your team and the commissioners. The next item will require us to deal with the portfolio committee matter, is the manager, section manager, and the program of the committee. Thank you, DM, and the commissioners will now release you. Can we now move to the third item?
Hi, Chairperson. Oh, Miss Bojat, she just joined. I think she was kicked off out by the system and she'll be joining. She's joining now.
Is she in a meeting?
Yes, I just admitted her now. So she should be in the meeting now.
Okay. Just as a background, is she in a meeting now?
Morning, Honorable Jabane. Good morning, Honorable members.
Yeah, morning, Most Bishop. Just as a background so that you understand why we have requested you as a section manager to have an audience with the committee members. In the year 2021, there was a report that was presented to the committee by the IEC and was as a result of electronic voting, or to consider to move to that space. And the committee considered that it may be necessary so that at least empower Parliament and appreciating the work or the inputs from members of or South Africans, stakeholders in relation to that part. So the study was not done at that period. And the committee also did not have functions in terms of that area. What we then agreed, we then resolve on two issues: that the IC must conduct a study, and the committee must then conduct a study tour to countries that have initiated this process of electronic voting, including those countries that have initiated the electronic voting, but in the period of executing it, they then collapsed. So wanted to have a balanced understanding on the work that they might have been done and those that have maintained. That was an important decision of the committee. And we then identified Brazil to conduct that tour. The preparation for that process did not go well. The planning and any other matter that surrounded preparations did not go well. In fact, the last week of the supposedly to depart to Brazil is when the team had to prepare or to follow up on many of the issues. We then decided to cancel that trip. We then agreed that we'll follow up on the next trip to Brazil, and subsequent to that preparations, we experienced the same difficulties. You recall that I had to engage the chair of chairs, Honorable Frolik, and the Speaker of Parliament around the difficulties the community is facing. And we must be clear and being understood that It's not about it, it's because of the work of the committee that we had to execute when we deal with the legislation. And you know very well that we had to relegate our responsibility with the COC and the team that's responsible for approving this or the other. All the time when the chairperson of the committee interact with the COC, a matter is being resolved. So with those two challenges around how until such time that we cancel the trip. And I can tell you that the committee members had highly disappointed on how the process has been engaged in the two occasions. We came back and then prepared that we must prepare for India and Namibia around this subject matter. And in the last committee meeting, there was not a sufficient report. Hence, we request that you to give the committee a proper report. And I'm fully aware that side of India, they were ready to accept us. The difficulties was residing with the parliament on that side in terms of the IEC and also stakeholders. We are engaging with the IEC because we've realized IEC, Independent Electoral Commission, that they must jointly assist us to coordinate with the independent electoral commissions in the countries that we anticipate to visit. So I'm giving you this background that you must appreciate that we can't be frustrated for almost 7 years or 6 years on a matter that we ought to have engaged with or the other. So we thought that we must invite you to present in this meeting. And I was saying to the team that October border post, and we've directed the officials to do parallel preparations. I've even spoken to the COC and requested guidance around that. And he did guided that it would be important that work on the process to one-stop border post is because that we've passed a bill on one-stop border post, and the committee felt that there's no, in terms of this was established in our country, and we've identified various areas to look at, including here in Zimbabwe and Zambia and other. We've requested your team by last year already that this is what we, and also in June to this a collective responsibility to work closely with the management authority. to the issues that we're going to engage with. It's good that today, at least, the committee has identified areas that need collaboration in terms of engagement on this or the other. We are not aware when the date is going to be announced. And it was going to be important before the local government elections. And as you know that members will be busy in terms of various political parties to work towards local government elections. And I'm not sure that the political parties will allow members to go outside the country when we're dealing with the election. So I wanted to give you a background and the concerns that we have experienced and the decision that give us a brief. I had several discussions with Dr. Twalo, and she knows that we have discussions around the consent of the committee since the sixth administration to date. I've raised this matter also with the COC, the consents of the committee to date. The reason we need is that all of us, both as members and officials, there must be accountability, but a sense of respect to the work that we do. And I think that's the issues that we thought we must deposit with you. So I wanted to give that background so that when you give a presentation and members are going to engage with you, you must understand where members are coming from. Thank you. You can proceed.
So much, Honorable Chabane. Good morning once again, honorable members, and thank you for the opportunity. I confirm, Honorable Chabane, that we met last year in a virtual session where you shared the challenges that you have experienced, that you have also alluded to in the remarks that you've just made. I must state that immediately after that, engagements took place with Dr. Tulisile Khanyaza Twalo, who is the unit manager responsible for this cluster, and also with the team. And we have good working relationship, and we have commitment from all parties, inclusive of management, to make sure that the past experience is not repeated. Chair, unfortunately, I am not in a position to indicate what went wrong during the previous period prior to my appointment. But what I did commit to you about was that I would diligently monitor everything that the team is doing. And I have been doing that since about December last year, where everything that the team is doing, they are also copying me in, also appraising me from time to time in terms of how they are proceeding. It's also on that basis that I attended some of the public hearings earlier this year. So I can confirm, Honorable Chairperson, that at least since we have reached this agreement of ensuring that we work together in a way to strengthen this committee, I can personally state that from my side, the administration is doing the best that they can to ensure that we are not repeating mistakes of the past, and that we are actively working towards implementing the myriad of issues that is before this committee. This committee is a very busy committee, has recently concluded public hearings, are dealing with so many matters, and is really just quite busy. So I think, having said that, I'm going to put off my video and directly then go into the timeline, which basically states what we did as the team led by Eddie as the committee secretary. He has been doing most of the footwork in terms of this. And I will give an overview and a perspective of what was done, when it was done, and where we experienced challenges. I would also then speak to what we could feasibly do better and who we need to involve to ensure that our dates are secured and that our actual engagement takes place. So the presentation has only 6 areas, which is the context, what happened in terms of planning and approvals, the engagement processes that was led by Eddie, and also the outcome and impact, and the status and the way forward. So if we can move to the next slide. In terms of the context, honorable members would note that we are here, I am here on behalf of committees to account in terms of what has happened, and also to indicate why the India study tour that was initially planned for the 10th to the 18th of April did not proceed as planned, and to demonstrate that all internal parliamentary processes were executed timeously and in compliance with our requirements. I'm going to outline what external factors impacted on the implementation, and I'm going to propose a way forward. I'm mindful of Chairperson saying that the July date may not suit the committee, so we would have to look into other possible dates. And you will note in the recommendations at the end that I am requiring IR in Parliament to assist us to secure dates that is going to work for both India and ourselves. So in terms of the background to the study tour, as far as I am aware of, I'm aware that there was an approved Home Affairs study tour on electronic e-voting, and that the initial scope included both India and Namibia for a comparative approach. The scope was revised. I believe it was through the House Chairperson's office that scope was revised, and we were guided as the support team to basically focus on only India, with the objective to engage the Indian Parliament on electronic voting. Internal planning and approvals took place as follows. The initial application was submitted immediately after return from our festive holiday closing leave period, and that was 7 January. Revised application was submitted on the 16th of January. The political approvals were received on those dates. We can move to the next slide. The financial and administrative readiness, once a political approval has been done, a financial approval will also need to be done. So you will have two of those. One is for all the members, because the expenditure for all members' travel takes place from the committee budget. And then there's a next financial application that requires us to sign it off in committees, because committees has a separate budget to cater for the staff. Those expenditure does not come from the committee. So all of these financial approvals goes right up to the level of the Secretary to Parliament. Legal Services signs those things, and there's normally a very lengthy period in terms of getting such approvals. Be that as it may, while those financial applications were running, the purchase orders were basically ready, and we were just needing the confirmation of dates. All internal processes, as already stated, we completed those, and we did that within the required timeframes. So in terms of liaison with DIRCO, with the SAI Commission, and subsequently with India, all of those engagements were initiated immediately following the approval of the political application was approved, and then such engagements commenced late in January. The commission requested the concept paper, which was duly shared with them via email. There was WhatsApp engagements between the committee secretary as well as the various stakeholders, because on a weekly basis he would then follow up in terms of this. The request that included meetings with Indian Parliament and Electoral Commission, there Mr. Matonsi requested such engagements. Diplomatic channels were formally activated early in February 2026. If we move to the next slide, there was continuous follow-ups on a weekly basis throughout February, throughout March. Key engagements which we can give proof of were on those dates in February, which were on those dates in March. And there was definitely from our side an urgency where we consistently emphasize through the committee secretary that we need this date to be confirmed, because it will enable us to put in the bookings, and that has been done throughout. We can move to the next slide. Then From the High Commission side, initially there was confirmation and that they submitted the request to the Indian authorities, MEA, and they indicated to us that the matter was under consideration by India. And there was no confirmed feedback received despite repeated follow-ups on those dates as per the previous slide. And there was also informal engagements where the committee secretary tried to get responses by way of WhatsApp so that he can just move on. He was also stuck because what normally happens is that in terms of the financial applications, even if the financial applications are not approved at secretary's level yet, then we are able to start all of the bookings and just confirm them at the point when secretary has approved. So in terms of the operational pressure, the travel dates is approaching, but we've also received feedback that India cannot accommodate us. And that feedback was received very late. So we could not proceed. It would have been irresponsible. We could have possibly caused fruitless and wasteful expenditure if we secured the flights and we secured the accommodation without confirmation from India that actually they are indeed going to host us on the proposed dates. We had obviously risks related to high travel costs and logistics, and we continuously put that forward to the teams that we have engaged with. And the committee required confirmed programs for active oversight preparation, which was just not forthcoming from the other side, from High Commission and India. Then on the 17th of March, at a very late stage, less than a month before the actual travel was supposed to be undertaken, we now received the response. The response came directly from the Indian Ministry of External Affairs, who then stated that they are unable to accommodate Parliament in April. And the reasons that they provided was that they are undertaking India-Africa Summit preparations, and that they're also busy with Indian parliamentary budget programs. Then if we go to the next slide, that impacted severely on our study tour. It made it no longer feasible to attend. And we really could not proceed with April travel based on the fact that they could not host us. So just to reiterate again, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, that from the side of the administration, all internal arrangements could not be finalized. It was in the process, and as already also stated, the study tour in April then became unfeasible on the basis that they are not able to host us. If we move to the next slide, I believe that on the day that the information was received from India, that the team did brief the committee. That is the information that was brought to my attention, and that members expressed disappointment at this late outcome. And members also acknowledged constraints communicated by Indian authorities. And I'm sure that the issues of the past study tours that did not manage to take place gave an impression that that we did not do due diligence as we were preparing for this one specifically. But I can assure members that for this trip, we really did our utmost to make it possible. And so now the matter remains under consideration by the committee because of the fact that India has proposed to host in mid-July, which is the monsoon parliamentary session. So in terms of the way forward, if we can go to the next slide. Okay, I think I've reiterated that already. In terms of the way forward, if July is not suitable for the committee, we need to determine alternative dates as soon as possible. And we would need to get our international relations component here in Parliament to assist us in confirming the date. Because as soon as the dates are secured, we can immediately start making the necessary arrangements. We can book everything in advance. We do not have to wait for anything. So we will be engaging DIRCO and the High Commission to secure the July dates if indeed mid-July is confirmed by the committee as acceptable, noting that the committee and its membership will be very much preparing for local government elections and campaigning, etc. Because once the date is confirmed, we can have the confirmed program with the Indian Parliament and the Electoral Commission. We can reinitiate logistical arrangements immediately upon confirmation of the date, and we can report back to the committee with a finalized plan. So, Chair, this is definitely not good news to bear that the trip did not proceed. But it is unfortunately the circumstances that we find ourselves in. It is also very unfortunate that previous engagements of international travel also failed. I do have some background information, but I would not want to go into what happened in terms of those various engagements with Brazil, etc. But just in conclusion then to state that from the side of the administration in Parliament and the committee, all the responsibilities were fulfilled timelessly. The outcome was impacted by the late response from the host country. The alternative opportunity remains available for July 2026, and should that not be feasible, we would need to know as soon as possible to also start engaging on possible other periods. But perhaps it would be best to try and make it work for that mid-July. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Then the committee will guide in terms of how we proceed. We are mindful of the fact that the committee is very disappointed in what has happened. We can just assure the committee that despite all the other matters that is before the committee, that the issue of the study tour is definitely prioritized, and that not that I'm all wonderful or anything, but I am assisting Dr. Tuli to keep a close eye on the committee support personnel, to assist them if there's any barriers that they face, and we are available to make sure that this does not fail again. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, honorable members, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, members. There's a report. Any comment? Honorable Ross?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for arranging the detailed presentation. Yeah, I think what we see here is a trend. So it's not a one-off event that we find ourselves in the same situation with the same reasons given. So I understand that there's a process of getting permissions and getting budgets, etc. But we always seem to get stuck at a point where we've arranged something in the dates where, for example, the Brazilian Parliament wasn't in session. So I would just imagine that as we do, there is some sort of a parliamentary framework for a year, unless these parliaments don't have it. But it seems then that we arrange these, or we propose dates that are at a time where the parliament is not available, and then go through a long process of permissions and budgets, and this is time consuming for everybody involved for something that is then not going to happen. Because if one had looked and seen, unless these programs are not available or they changed on multiple occasions in different countries, then we're simply choosing the wrong dates. And then, the second issue in that regard, Chair, is that, let's say something changed, there needs to be in our processes a point in time where you say this is not going to happen, with enough time to then find an alternative. So we had alternatives. Initially, it was either Namibia or India, and now then the decision was made India, and that's fine. But if one comes to a point where you say, we are now almost out of time. And if we want to look at another option, now is the time to make a final call, whether we're going to have a program. Then everybody involved is able to then sit and discuss that and then decide, make a decision, either to carry on trying or to change and to try and get another place. Because, Chair, unfortunately, we looked at electronic voting a number of years ago. Since we decided that we need a study tour, the IEC has produced a discussion document on e-voting. It's arranged and held an international conference, and it's produced a report. And we have not done our part. So, Chair, we really need to look at this gap in the process, and that is, number one, finding dates that fit within the relevant parliamentary schedule of the receiving country, and then number two, having a cutoff time where we don't have the program finalized, where we can then say, this is the cutoff now, where we need to then, as a committee, deliberate, do we change dates, etc., etc. That we don't then, everybody spending all this time following up, etc., and it's actually wasted. It's wasteful. I wouldn't want to call it expenditure, but indirectly it's wasteful expenditure of people running around for something that cannot happen. So, Chair, I think, yeah, we need that. We need to look at that cutoff as part of the process. Unfortunately for the DA, the proposed timeframe of July is not possible. We're not allowed to travel within 6 months of an election. And I don't want to speak for other parties, but within 6 months of an election is an absolutely all hands on deck time period for those of us in this committee. So that date is potentially challenging, and unfortunately we would have to look after the election. July is not really going to be possible for us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Woos. Honorable Ngubane.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to Ms. Borchardt for the presentation. Chair, what I would like to know from Natalie, I've seen other committees, man. There are committees even in our political parties. I think they've even traveled overseas twice now, the other year and this year, and there hasn't been this difficulty that we've been getting, which is now the second time or third time difficulty. Are you, Natalie, and our team collaborating and looking at these other team members that what they are doing right, or are you guys sharing notes? Is there something like that? Because we are all parliamentarians, man. I don't see what is so much difference between us and other portfolio committees. As I emphasizing, Chair, some of our members twice. The other year they went. Now for this second financial year, as I'm talking to you, they're somewhere overseas. It's a simple social development portfolio committee. So are you guys, all what I'm asking, are you guys sharing notes with other portfolio committee members on why for them it's so seamless to go overseas? Or maybe it's just us that we just naturally, maybe this committee have been unfortunate twice. Or is that what it is? It's our choice of destination that we've just been generally unlucky, not that there is something that we are doing wrong. But in terms of sharing notes with other portfolio committees, are you guys doing that to make sure that we don't suffer these difficulties in just simple traveling that we've experiencing unnecessary so? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mdolo.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to associate myself with the consent raised by members and express my disappointment, Chairperson, with how this process has been handled. I have nothing further to add, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Olamudise Mza.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Honorable Ngubane, on what you've just said about other committees, I can really affirm your statement. And I've experienced it. I also serve in the International Relations Portfolio Committee. In January, late January, early Feb, we traveled to Zambia. Now in April, there's a trip to Canada that is in process. So it's even within just 6 months, that committee will be able to travel to another country. Correctional services, as it is now, they are also in the UK. So there are various committees that are able to travel without these hiccups. Really, it pains us as a portfolio committee that we are unable to go and do just a simple benchmarking to learn on how other countries are dealing with the issues of electoral or electoral processes. But one, just to check with the presenter on issues of budget, because committees are allocated budget on annual basis as well. What happens to the budget, the traveling budget for the committee, other than the one that we use economically on public hearings and oversight? There's a budget also that allows us to travel overseas, and I think each committee is allocated something like 3 million. What happens then to our budget? If it happens that we are unable to travel again in this term, because clearly it seems as if it's going to be difficult again, it means we keep on forfeiting that money that we should be utilizing and benefiting us as members of the portfolio committee. But again, to check, when you do arrangements on the dates that gets to be proposed, are you able then to check with the country that we want to visit first if those dates are suitable for their diary or for their parliament's program? I'm asking this because it cannot be that every time on the last minute we are being told that the country that is supposed to host us is unable to be due to some processes that they're undergoing. So I want to check that, do you then start the process with dates and everything and give it to them?
I think you've muted, Honorable Mdisemsa.
Oh, sorry, Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Yes. If the dates that you get to provide the country, they say they are not suitable for their program, don't you immediately also request them to provide you with dates that will be suitable, so that at least we plan also according to the dates that they would agree on themselves, to say these dates that you proposed were not suitable for us, but alternatively this is a date, so that then there's a flow of planning, other than for us to wait for months, to wait for responses, and then at the last minute we then get to be disappointed. But I think, Chair, that we cannot wait for July. July is very far. If we are unable to go to countries that are overseas or outside of the continent, we had agreed that we will also look into the countries that are in our continent. So maybe by now, actually, we are supposed to be getting also a report from our staff that they've looked into Namibia, or there's contact that have been made with Namibia, because it was a committee decision on other alternative countries. And I think there's another country that we would have identified, so that we can travel within the period of April, or at least latest in May. Other than that, members, I don't think it really would be feasible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mdisemsa. Honorable Khale.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think my colleagues have said a mouthful, Chair. But I don't think there's any international trip that will be able to embark on this year, Chair. So I think we must just accept that we need to do thorough preparations for the next year, because we have elections very soon that most of us here will be participating in our various political parties in terms of the preparation. So I don't see it being feasible anytime soon, Chair. So I would really propose that we consider the following year to embark on an international trip for next year. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, honourable members. Ms. Boshoff.
Thank you, Honorable Chabane. I'll also ask the team to come in terms of specifically the issue of checking the dates up front. But I do know that our entry point is normally through DERCO, which then sets us up with a high commission. I do note the points from Honorable Roos indicating that there's a gap in our process and that we need to close that gap. We need to, from the onset, engage those parliaments, get as much information as possible to ensure that we know what their annual cycle is like, so that we would also be able to identify dates that suit us. So I note that. I also note the issue of the funding and the cutoff times. So Honorable Chairperson, the funding we have requested through the House Chair for the rollover of funding from this financial year to the other financial year. As you would know, today is the last day of the financial year. So meaning any budget not spent, we would not be able to access in the new financial year unless it is rolled over. We have requested through the CFO's office to do that, but were recently verbally informed that that would not be taking place, that would not be happening. On the funding of committees, all committee activities as well as the international study tours gets funded from within the committee budget. Issues such as public hearings are funded from what we call the consolidated fund. So there is various budget tags, little numbers, 5 numbers. So in the committee section, for instance, we have budget 40201, which caters for all expenditure for the various committee staff. So public hearings, meaning all of the catering, all of the travel, all of the accommodation for the marriage bill, for instance, it was a huge amount, but it did not come from the committee funds. It came from the consolidated fund, because that fund must ensure that for each and every bill that we have public hearings on, that we process, we are able to fund such processes. So, Chair, I have not seen the final outcome of the budget, but I believe that the budget for Home Affairs would again be approximately 3 million, and that would enable the committee to still undertake the study tour or an alternate study tour within the 2026-2027 financial year. I think the most critical aspect is really for the committee to guide us in terms of exactly what date we should be looking at. We've heard a lot saying that it's not going to be possible anymore. There has been a view that April and May is still a window of opportunity. So we would really just need to be guided, maybe a special man code to take that decision, or maybe the committee would be equipped now to give us strict instructions in terms of exactly what we need to pursue, which we would then action immediately. I noted the issues mentioned by Honorable Nkobani, and I would also like to say that for some of these committees that are traveling overseas, it's not as smooth sailing as it seems like. Especially Brazil, last year with COP, we even had members traveling when the engagement was already on. We really find that when we work with Brazil government, when we work with Brazil tour operators, travel agents, and various stakeholders, they are not responsive. They do not answer calls over weekends. They do not work on Mondays. Apparently Mondays are certain days they don't work. So you really have 4 days out of the 7 days for Brazil specifically that I can speak to, that you just can't get a hold of them, even when there's dates that are secured. When there is, that was COP 30, I think, and it's an annual program, but it was really, yeah, let me not use negative words, but it was really difficult to get our members just to go to that because of the country's dynamics and the interface. I think we need to engage if we are going to decide to still pursue India. I know that the Appropriations Committee successfully managed to go to India, and I think perhaps they could have built up connections, which we can then check with them who we can speak to, who can speed up our requests and so on within India or within the High Commission or DIRCO. But we are grateful for all the guidance, for all the feedback. We are sorry that this has not been possible. I think I'll just give over to Eddie to speak to the issues of the date and getting that guarantee. I think based on the timeline that I've seen, he has tried to get that response early as possible, but it wasn't forthcoming. But perhaps he can shed a little bit more light on that. Sorry for putting you on the spot, Eddie. Thank you, Chair. If I've missed anything, please alert me so that I can just answer to any other matter that I need to attend to.
Yes, members. Yeah, with regards to the dates, I think when the concept paper was done, Adam also did some research in terms of India, the availability that site, and then we, as indicated, I did communicate timelessly with DIRCO in Pretoria and also with the embassy, the South African High Commission in New Delhi, and also interacted with the colleague from the Standing Committee on Appropriation when they have traveled there. So for now, what the High Commission has indicated is that mid-July, I know most committees are not available, that no, we should come with a proposed date. So if we do that, and I'm able to communicate those dates today, so that no, we can start the issue of confirmation of those dates. Unless if Adam, there's something that he needed to add. Over to you, Chair.
Chair, if I may.
You can proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, just to indicate that we were aware of the schedule of the Indian Parliament, and their budget process seems to have taken longer than anticipated, as we reported in the meeting last week. And also we were also aware of the India-Africa summit, but it was ahead, it was more than 2 weeks ahead of that summit. So we hadn't anticipated being something that would be a challenge. That said, in terms of the other question, there's also we are in busy preparing for the Zambia study tour based on the Chirundu. The desktop research did indicate that this is one of the best functioning one-stop border posts on the continent, and it would indeed be a good learning tour for the committee. At present, it's being proposed that it happens during the last week of June, but I'm not sure if that now also applies to the 6-month window of period that Honourable Ruiz referred to. So in terms of our schedule and what seems to be available for the Zambian government, that it seems to align with their schedule from what we can see online. But again, it depends on what their actual arrangements are. As you say, the schedule of Parliament can change. So we just need guidance because we're busy working on finalizing those preparations for the Zambia study tour. Thank you, Chair.
For the report and comments, I think what we must, Ms. Boshaf, what we think we must handle the process moving forward is that we are going to request that you interact with the committee from now henceforth on the study tour the committee is going to engage on. we think that it would be an appropriate approach to deal with this matter. Secondly, we'll request you that you directly interact with the Independent Electoral Commission and the Border Management Authority Commissioner collectively for preparations of this two-study tour, if the time frame will allow us before the start of the preparations of local government, before all members are grounded to for the local government elections. So in other words, we may need to look at if we can't do either of the doesn't compromise absence of members to the elections. We raise this because we think we must elevate this responsibility to yourself, and you directly interact with the committee. I've deliberately worked out the background, and members have ascertained challenges that we've confronted with. It does not mean we don't know how committees are being facilitated to go to trips. We're fully aware on the efficiency of officials in those committees and how they coordinate with the sectors within Parliament and that which work with DECO. So that's the reason that we want you to deal with that matter. You Honorable Nguban raised an important matter of how do we learn from other committees officials to assist, because all of us, even the chairperson of the committee or members, will learn from each other, even here in the portfolio committee on certain matters. We don't say that we are members of the committee, so we're best to know everything in the committee. We learn from each other and we take counsel on how we must engage on the work of the portfolio committee. So we request you to facilitate that point. You can also draw assistance from one of the officials we've worked with, Nandipa. I'm sure she's in one of the portfolio committees. I'm just citing her because I followed on how she has worked in this committee, but also in the committee that she's working, how she has facilitated the overseas or the study tour outside the country, both in the sixth administration and also post that. So I wanted us to deal with that matter. We'll then invite you again, Ms. Boshoff, to come and brief the committee on if there's any alternative, as members have highlighted, but also on the update to start with the preparation for a one-stop border code for the committee to conduct oversight. BMA assists the committees, including DERCO. So it will be important that we get one committee. In other words, I'm trying to say the committee resolve that it must not interact with it must rely on your report. You can work together, but we need one report from you henceforth. We'll also indicate to the COC, chair of chairs, Ms. Boshoff, the one that reported the committee, only on these matters. The matters I've raised with COC. Ms. Boshoff?
No, thank you, Chairperson. I noted, and that would be implemented as per the wishes of the committee.
Okay, thank you very much, members. Let's move to the last item, or before that, the brief program of the committee. Thank you, Ms. Boshoff, for the briefing and also noting the issues that we have raised. Thank you very much. Can I move to the third item?
I'm sorry, Chair, I was muted. I'm just uploading the presentation. Okay. So this is the second term program, which will run from the 21st of April to the 26th of June, which will be 9 weeks. And then on the 21st, which will be Tuesday of April, and then we are going to receive a response from the Parliamentary Legal Service and the State Law Advisor on the agreement to certify the marriage bill, and also will receive a briefing from the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and the Parliamentary Legal Service on submission on the marriage bill that were made during the public hearings, both the oral and provisional public hearings. And then the other issue that we have brought in here is consideration and adoption of the motion of desirability on the Electoral Commission Amendment Bill. This is the private members bill on the issue of referendum. And then we are also going to receive a briefing from the multidisciplinary task team on the assessment report of GPW. And then also a briefing by the IEC and government printing works on their budget. So this meeting will run from 10 to 16 hours. And then we are also proposing that it should be a virtual meeting, since members, that week is a committee week. So we're going to have 2 meetings in that week. And then on a Friday, we schedule another meeting. That is the briefing by the Department of Home Affairs and the BMA on their APP and budget. And then also consideration of adoption of the motion of desirability on the marriage bill, so that now we can start with the deliberation. That will be on a Friday. And then the 28th, we also proposing that we should have a joint meeting with the Select Committee on Security and Justice, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, where we're going to receive briefing by the Electoral Reform Consultation Panel on its report, and then the committee might have to deliberate in terms of what to do with it. And then we'll also consider and adopt the budget vote report. That we're also proposing that that meeting should be virtual, because on April 27 is a holiday. So at the moment, we are not sure in terms of the framework whether there will be a budget. There will be a sitting of the NA in the afternoon. And then also there's a consideration of recommendation of the independent commission for remuneration of public office bearers. That is the salaries of the IEC. So we need to finalize that and adopt the report. And then Tuesday, 5 May, committee deliberate on the marriage bill. And then we're also going to receive briefing from the provincial managers of Northwest and Gauteng. And then And then there are two reports as well that we needed to adopt: the oversight that we conducted at Bulukwane during the public hearings, and also the report on the first, second, and third quarter of the Department of Home Affairs. That will be May 5. And then May 8, that will be Friday. Further deliberation on the marriage bill and the instruction to state law advisors and Parliament Legal Service to develop the A list. Then briefing by the provincial managers of Free State and Northern Cape, because those are the Northern Cape, Free State, and Gauteng Northwest. Those are the briefing that we postponed when we're dealing with other matters. That will be on a Friday. And then Tuesday, that will be 12th May. Consideration of, there are two petitions that we have received. One is the encouragement of specific initiative to encourage young people to register to vote, especially on Youth Day. And then the other one is the consideration of the petition for a passport consent procedure for a minor that we received, I think, 2 weeks ago. So we are proposing that now the committee should deal with those two petitions. Then 15 May, the joint meeting with the Committee on the Home Affairs, Select Committee on Security and Justice, the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, on a briefing by the IEC on preparation for the local government elections, and also a briefing on the Electoral Matters Amendment Bill. At the moment, the bill has not yet been tabled, so we are anticipating at least by that time it will have been tabled, or before that time it will be tabled. Then if it is tabled before this time, and then we'll develop a legislative program how to process it, so that we have to prioritize it. Then we're also going to consider and adopt the A list that the committee will have given instruction to the legal service to draft. And then Tuesday, 19, briefing by the Department of Home Affairs and the Government Printing Works, the State Information Agency, SITA, the CR2, on the issue of the system downtime at the Office of the Department of Home Affairs. And then Friday, that is May 22, is clause by clause consideration and adoption of the report on the marriage bill. So in other words, we are anticipating that now by the 22nd of May, and then we finalize from our side the marriage bill before it is referred to the NSOP. And then we also have a joint meeting on higher education, training, labor, employment, tourism, and transport on the SIU on permitting and traffic registration numbers related matters. So this is the SIU briefing all these committees on the issues of permits, the traffic registration numbers as well. And then Tuesday, 26 May, briefing by the Department of Home Affairs on the fourth quarter of 2000, on the report of the fourth quarter of the 2025. And then June 2, briefing by the Department of Home Affairs on the asylum seeker backlog and refusal of new cases. And then June 9, briefing by the content advisor on the summary of the submission on the public comments on the Electoral Commission Amendment Bill. And then June 12, oversight visit to the digitalization site in Gauteng. We're proposing that the committee goes to Gauteng, to where the digitalization project is being implemented in terms of the project. And then June 23 and June 24, we are proposing that will be public hearings on the Electoral Commission Amendment Bill. So that is the program, Chairperson. I'm not sure if, Chairperson, if you would like me to go to the legislative program on the Electoral Commission Amendment Bill and also the marriage bill. Based on the letter that I tabled in the last meeting from the House Chair, they have requested the committee to develop a legislative programs to implement or to process the Electoral Commission Amendment Bill, that's the Private Members Bill, and also the Electoral Commission Amendment Bill. So with your permission, Chair, can I quickly go to them, and then so that maybe I can come back to this one if there are any inputs. Okay, Chair. This is the legislative program of the Electoral Commission Amendment Bill. Then last year, November, we received that briefing from the Deputy Speaker. So what we are proposing here is that on our first meeting in the second term, then we should consider the MOD on the Electoral Commission Amendment Bill. And then from this time, from 30 May until June 1st, and then we are proposing that the bill be advertised. And then 9 June, and then that's the briefing by the content advisor on the summary of the submissions, and then 23 and 24th, and that the public hearings on the bill, and then 4 August, that will be on our third term, response by the Department of Home Affairs and Parliament Legal Service on the submissions. Okay, so I think here's a repetition. We're not supposed to have a Parliament Legal Service. And then on the 7th of August, respond by the Parliament Legal Service on the issue from emanating from the public hearing and response by the department. So I have to delete this. And then 11 August, committee deliberation on the bill. And then further deliberation on the bill. And then further committee deliberation on the bill, instruction to state law advisor and Parliament Legal Service to develop the A-list, committee consideration and approval of the A-list, and then we conclude it by the 8th of September. Then the other one, I'll just flag it, that is the marriage legislative program. I'm not going to go through it because if you remember when I went through the second term program, the second term program incorporated all those issues that have been highlighted here up to the 22nd of May. So this is the legislative program that was submitted to the House Chair in order to process this bill. And then, so I think that's all, Chair. I could go back to the second term program if there are any issues that the committee would like to add. That's all, Chair, from my side.
Thank you very much. This program, the program will be changed as we proceed, members, given we are not sure how you are going to schedule the processing of the ERP report. We are also not sure how we're going to schedule the processing of the bill on the citizenship once it's tabled. We are not also sure how we're going to schedule the amendment bill from the Electoral Commission once it's tabled to Parliament. So it's going to, as we proceed, we'll have to change certain items to accommodate certain legislative issues that need to be engaged on. Primarily, we're going for local government elections. As an example, you will be required that once the bill been presented to the committee, we subject it either for written comments or oral submissions, and also that will impact on the program. So I wanted to do that right so that when we have submitted it, but we'll also note to the COC that the program may change given the circumstances that will be outside our so there are 3 issues that we need to emphasize on the program and also change. I will request that on the Electoral Commission, we take it to that Friday. Secondly, the report from the Government Printing Works is not multidisciplinary team, is the task team that is chaired by Dr. Luisi. So we need that report by Dr. Luisi and his team. We know that 2 weeks ago or a week, the system at Government Printing Works collapsed again. So we'll need that interim report. It must be indicated as an interim report so that we get a sense before Gun Works is going to brief the committee on annual performance plan and budget. So we must start with the Dr. Luis. Hence, we change the item. The third point on my side, I see the digitization item to visit the sites is in June, and we have identified this as a priority area and it's urgent. And we know that there's a challenge there at Silverton of workers who are striking. There are issues that were not getting clarity as the committee. We have been briefed, but it will become that it's getting out of hand. So we think that the committee must visit those three. There are three sites in Gauteng, Pretoria, that are conducting this, facilitating this modernization. The first one is where we went when we're conducting oversight. So there are two, I think, in Roslyn and also in Silverton. So we think that that date of June is far, given the challenges that we're dealing with, so that the committee there will also have an opportunity to have a meeting with the IT environment and CSIR. So we have to, we may not resolve it here now, but in the program we need to change so that it becomes closer and the committee members have an opportunity to meet with the staff there and also workers. I've received correspondence, and I think this matter also was raised by Honorable Mahale in one of the meetings of the committee. I further received correspondence from this, so DDG Mavuso is responsible from that area. So we need to rework to conduct our meeting there and conduct an oversight. Members, is there any comment on the program? Can I invite hands? Honorable Ngubane.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, for the program. One of the things, I don't know whether we will receive presentation of them. I saw Eddie emailed us, Chair, the Home Affairs APP. I don't know whether the APP and the SP will still going to be presented to us as a portfolio committee. That's the first thing I want to know, because we've received the document, but there's no presentation, if I remember correctly, from the Home Affairs. And then the second point, Chair, remember, Chair, our request as well for the meeting on the ICT between our Home Affairs and CETA. That as well is still outstanding. That, Chair, I don't know where it will be slotted in. And as well, I don't know whether we need to include also the government printing works with these challenging issues in ICT. But the main gist of the matter was a meeting between Home Affairs and CETA to be able to come and present to us in terms of issues related to the ICT within them, and then the government printing works also. Then the third one, I request to AD as well that each and every time he mentioned to us the issues of IEC amendment bill for commissions, and highlight as well all the time on what it is that they are changing, because we have a tendency somehow the IEC, where as it going toward the elections, there are a lot of changes they want to be done. So we need to be aware and to keep track of really what it is that we are dealing with them in terms of amending bills, both for the commissions and for the elections and all those stuff, so that we keep abreast of what it is that the IEC might change as we go along towards the election. And we don't want to be taken by surprise, Chair. And all of a sudden we find that in one of the lines, the e-voting has been part of that. As long as we keep track of what it is that we are amending in assisting the IEC to be compliant and ready for the local government elections. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think the other one of the CETA, we must edit when we meet with the government. There by Silverton. I think it's critical, Honorable Ngubane, the one of CETA. Honorable Ruas.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I agree that I think this schedule is going to be quite flexible as we go along with some of the other things that might come in. I just have a few concerns about overlaps that I'd like to raise in this meeting. The 24th of April is members training. It's specifically on ethics and corruption in Parliament and so forth. So I think the Secretariat might need to just get clarification whether that members training is compulsory, because that would happen. It is also scheduled for 9 a.m. on the 24th of April. Then the 8th of May is also another one to look at. It's an important meeting in that there's deliberations on the marriage bill, but on that same day are mini plenaries, where some of our colleagues are likely going to be debating in those mini plenaries. Well, there's a very good chance. So we have had that before, unfortunately, where we need to sit in two meetings, and it's extremely difficult, especially when you are deliberating on a bill. I think the 8th of May is one to potentially look at, where there might be a conflict for our members. And then the 15th of May as well. We have a portfolio meeting here that is scheduled at the same time as our own budget debate. So our Home Affairs budget debate is on the 15th of May. So just to look at that one. And then, Chair, also to agree that the 12th of June, the Gauteng oversight, to agree that be moved. There is also, again, a mini plenary at that time where some of our colleagues would likely be involved. And the following week is a committee meet, so that would be an option. But apart from that, there are a lot of budget debates in the April-May time period. So perhaps the last week of April is the one time before the 12th of June that we could look at, although those 3 days are in between the two public holidays. That's it for me, Chair. Thank you.
You, Honorable Ross, Honorable Makhale.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I heard you make a proposal, but there were no specifics in terms of moving the oversight visit for the digitization hub. I don't know on which date can we slot that in, Chair, but I agree with you that it's an urgent and a pressing matter that the committee really needs to get closer to get a proper understanding of what's happening there. So we really need to move it much more closer, Chair, because things are happening there now as we speak. Chair, I'm also proposing that we merge the briefing for the Northwest and for the Free State. I think we should merge them so that we are done with the provincial managers. And also, Chair, I had proposed this last year, and we couldn't do it in the term that is now concluding. Hopefully, we'll be able to slot it in. Chair, we need a briefing by the immigration unit within the Department of Home Affairs. Currently, as we speak, we know we have been having acting managers or directors in that unit, and that is the unit that is plagued with a lot of issues, Chairperson. So we would really appreciate to have a briefing, Chair, from that unit with regard to some of their processes. For example, when people apply for to come into South Africa and so on, we're told that Home Affairs is unable to verify documents. There's a problem in that regard. So it will be important for us to get that unit before the committee so that we come to understand exactly their processes and how they operate and what are their challenges in that space. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, members. And also just to add, Honorable Mokhale, that we may need to get just a sense of what's happening in the Eastern Cape around the status of somebody who want to be a king or something like that. And Mr. Matonsi, you must just write to the DG so that next week or in the next committee meeting, we're updated, but also with the process. What we'll propose that we have taken all the inputs on how we must rework, add on the program. We'll then see how we prioritize issues as we proceed with the meeting. Agent rework on them. What will assist us is that the team must check the and then we balance our priorities where we think we must make an application to be excused from the sitting, normal sitting, not budget votes, but the sitting. But also depend what are the items in the sitting. We request to be excused. We deal with the issues with our stakeholders. It will mean that we need to reconvene MENCO to clean up the program, and I'll suggest that we do that tomorrow. And then we'll circulate the draft areas that we've agreed on. The matter of Silverton is an urgent one. We ought to see how, and CETA, when we're going to meet there, we're going to request them to meet also with CETA. Dr. Lubisi, when
Has the chat disappeared? Or
Yes, I also can't hear him, Eddie.
I'm just checking if it's still in the meeting.
okay, he's in the meeting. It looked like there's
Still in the
something
meeting,
voice.
Hang on. Chairperson? If you are speaking, Chairperson, we can't hear you. Adam, can you hear me? Maybe it's my network.
I can hear you, Eddie.
I can hear you too.
Okay, let me try to find the.
I was saying that is the summary captured correctly, Mr. Matonsi?
Chairperson, at some stage we could not hear you, so, but I did that, you want to have a mango tomorrow.
Yeah, I was saying okay. All right, thank you. Then we can move to the last item.
Okay, then the last item.
Can I request Honorable Mudisi to facilitate the last item? I'm struggling with the network here. I don't know what's the problem.
Honorable Mudisi? .
Yes, Honorable Matonsi, is there any item that we must still deal with?
Yes, the last one is the adoption of 5 sets of minutes from November last year.
Okay, we can proceed.
Yeah, I'll just, this is the minutes where the Parliament Legal Service provided a legal opinion on the status of the 2 reports on the electoral reform consultation panel. And then also the Parliament Legal Service gave a briefing on the Constitutional Court judgment in relation to the work of the committee and consideration and adoption of the revised 4th term program. So these are the members who were in the meeting that day. The minutes were sent to members previously, and then I also sent them yesterday. So I'm assuming that members might have read the minutes. So these are the people who were in the meeting. If there's any correction, members, if you can let me know.
Are you done presenting the set of minutes?
Yeah, this 18, the 11th of November, yes, I'm done.
Thank you very much. Members, here are the minutes of the 11th of November. Any comments, any additions or corrections to the minutes? If there's none, can I then get a mover and a supporter for the adoption of the minutes?
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mtolo. Any seconder?
I'll second, Chair, Nicole Bowman.
Thank you, Honorable Bowman. Another set, Honorable Mr. Matonsi.
Yes, 18th of November. This is when the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly briefed the committee on the Private Members Bill, the Electoral Commission Amendment Bill, and then Parliament Legal Service on the status of the 2 reports again, the Electoral Reform Consultation Report, and then the response by the Department of Home Affairs to the memorandum from March and March. That is the movement which is based in Durban on the letter that they sent to the committee and the Speaker. And then briefing by the committee secretary and the content advisor on the list of queries to Home Affairs. These are queries that are received by members of the committee to Home Affairs on behalf of the members of the public. These are the members who were in the meeting. And I'll go down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matonsi. Members, any comments, additions, and a mover and a seconder for the adoption of the minutes?
I move, Chair, for the adoption of the minutes.
I second, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ngubane, and is it Mtolo Matopa?
Mtolo, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtolo. The third set, 10 minutes,
the
Honorable Mr. Matonsi.
The third one is 25th November. Briefing by the BMA on their plans, preparation, and readiness for the festive season. And then, and also plans for the one-stop border post. Then briefing by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure on the plans for the fencing of the borderline. These are the members who were there in the meeting. There's any correction? That's that, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matonzi. Members, any comments, additions? Can I get a mover and a supporter for the adoption of the minutes?
I move for the adoption, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Rose. Seconder?
I'll second, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jama. Next set of minutes.
Yeah. November, it was a joint meeting with the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance on the preparation for the election, for the local government election by the IEC. These are the members from our committee who were there in the meeting. That's all, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Matonzi. Any mover and seconder for the adoption of minutes?
I move to adopt, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Jama. Any seconder?
I support Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ndolo. The last set, Mr. Matonzi.
The last says 2 December, it was the oral public hearing on the marriage bill. Are the members that were there in the meeting? That's all, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matonzi. Any mover and a seconder for the adoption of the minutes?
I move for the adoption, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Rose.
Seconded, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Jama. Was I correct that this is the last set, Mr. Matonzi?
Yes, that's the last set.
Okay, thank you. Any other item that is still outstanding?
No, that was all.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity on behalf of the Chair of the Portfolio Committee to thank and appreciate members for attending this committee meeting and for your participation in all the items that we have dealt with. Wishing you a blessed day. We will meet in the next committee meeting. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Goodbye.
Thank you.